Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. Hello, hello. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening wherever you are. Let's get back into this game. It's been what? 2 days? I didn't stream for 2 days, yeah. It's technically three, right? So we left off last time after we went down the well, came back up again, explored the rest of the Mistwood. I mean, there wasn't really that much left to explore, I felt like. But we finally got the Flask of Wondrous Physique at the end of our last stream, which, well, after reading the note and looking at the map, it was pretty obvious where it was, but yeah, I wanted to explore everything south of it first before I got it. It'll be interesting though. I am looking forward to using it. I hope that it will actually be useful. I mean, I tested it at the end of last stream as well. So currently it's essentially somewhat of an additional charge, or 1.5 charges for a normal flask to replenish HP, more or less. It's a bit annoying, obviously, that you have to switch to it. That's one of the biggest reasons, I think, why I'm never really that fond of these weird items that you can use once. I mean, the FromSoft games, well, especially, no, the other ones as well, right? There's always kind of these items that are somewhat good, but there's like one-time use, and then you have to get additional charges. I mean, we also have the blessing. What's it called again? This one, Baldakin's Blessing, which, you know, it's not bad, but the fact that you always have to get it back, and it's only one-time use, and you have to equip it as well. It just feels like more trouble than it's worth, to be honest. And, you know, that combined with the somewhat underwhelming control scheme that these games tend to have. Yeah. I wonder why they always insist on including so many different items that are technically really good, but overall just end up being awkward to use because you have to scroll through them. I don't know, we'll see how often I actually end up using the flask. Okay, I do think that we've pretty much gotten everything from the Mistwood, though. There was this one silvery tree thing here that we weren't able to interact with, where I kind of speculated, oh, well, maybe we already got the treasure from it. Although, thinking about it now, so we saw something like that the first time here, and it led us to this cave. Now, technically, we haven't really found like a cave or something here, right? Unless it was meant to lead you to the ruins and the chest that's down there. Again, not really sure. But I don't think that I'll necessarily... Although, you know what? Let's do some sort of last round around these parts. So I'll just go east, take a look at it again, take a look at whether or not we might be able to interact with it. I don't think so. And then we can just sort of like move here, because I pretty much just moved to the chapel or to the church last time. So I'll just take like a last look at this area, and then we can move on to the like upper parts, the northern parts of Limgrave, if you will. And once we're through that, I'll go back to Stormville, and we'll deal with the boss there, which I'm also really looking forward to see how well that turns out, considering that we've leveled up quite a bit since then. And we just have so many things, so many more things to play with now. Also, wait, was I at 20? No, I already got to 21 intelligence. So, until we have to go back to Stormvale, I think I'd be able to get to 23 maybe, in order to use that other spell. I just wonder how much more effective, you know, spells will be. There's a ton of things now in terms of ranged combat that I'm able to do. So that against Godric's probably going to be pretty good, I think. Yeah, so here it is. This weird thing. Let's see what the messages actually say. Hidden path. Praise the tree. Ah, beautiful. So yeah, there is no way to interact with it anymore, which does make me think that we've already seen whatever it points to. It's a really weird design that this thing still stays around. Yeah, I don't know. This is just... they probably should have indicated, in a way, if you've already done the stuff that it's supposed to point to. I mean, the fact that you can't interact with it anymore kind of gives it away. It's just a very... I feel like that's sort of an oversight. You're not actually meant to find wherever these things point to before you find these glowing... well, whatever they are. Branches, sticks. Also, oh yeah, there was the beach as well. I think I haven't checked out the beach yet. Or did I? No, I didn't. Pretty sure I didn't. I looked at it from a distance. Just didn't actually go down there. 1 second. I just want to make sure that everything works fine. It should. But... just to be completely sure. Yep. Alright. Audio's fine. So there's another crap. I don't think there is like a cave. At least I don't expect a cave to be here. Of course you are in front of an item. Ah, well, let's just kill it. Oh, wait, did it? Are you kidding me? Did it kill one of the small crabs? Seriously? Also, why did it... why does it die so quickly? So wait, they're actually... I'm pretty sure that the crab in the well had a lot higher HP. Not sure I'm the biggest fan of that, to be completely honest. That they... I mean, with an open world game like this, so either they should somewhat... like, they should have some sort of indicator whether or not an opponent is stronger. Although then again, it's just a bit weird, I feel like. It's a bit weird when you see like a crab running around and you expect it to be, you know, of a certain strength. And then you just kill it very easily simply because they're lower level than the crab that you encounter in the well. Especially considering that the well is here as well. It's as well, a whole lot of wells. But yeah, I mean, you'd think that, you know, considering that they're so close, they would somewhat be of equal strength, but clearly they are not. What a weird choice. Also, there doesn't really seem to be anything here. Maybe an item I should probably check up here. Can I jump up? Yeah. So we have a ruin. That's just a path that I already looked at, and that leads to the church. Yeah, I don't think that I missed anything here. Didn't actually realize that the church is so close to the beach as well. This must have actually been a pretty beautiful place, you know, when it was still, like, whole. Well, you're pretty, didn't think the crab would actually attack me. Oh, well, there's another one. Ooh. That's also something that I find somewhat weird. I mean, I know technically how these things are supposed to work, but the fact that an attack that does so little damage still sort of stuns you, it's a bit of a weird design choice as well. Okay, so there's an item up there. How the fuck are you supposed to get to it? I guess you have to drop down? Maybe? Huh. This is also interesting how they... So there's this, like, red rock that's connected to the next zone, right? And it has this awkward connection to the quote-unquote normal rock from this zone. That looks a bit, you know, unnatural, I feel like. I feel like they should have come up with, like, a better way of combining these two different things. Although, looking up there, I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. I do find it interesting that they decided to so clearly divide these zones, right? Because usually you want to have more of a, I guess, gradual sort of curve to it. Like a more gradual way of... What's the word? Transitioning between the two zones. Although they do that quite often, I feel like. They did it even more sort of on the nose in the past, where it was always really, really apparent when you switched between like different color gradings, for example. It's a very, very stark contrast. I mean, obviously it seems to be done on purpose. I just wonder why, because it makes the world a lot less... feels a lot less natural. It feels a lot more like, well, these clearly divided zones almost, right? I mean, this... Well, considering the state of the world, it might actually be fitting, right? Because these ruins that supposedly fell from the sky as well, they do look... Well, sometimes large parts of them are literally just... They look like they've clearly fallen from somewhere. But in other cases, it does look somewhat like the land's been sort of shaken up, right? Like after an earthquake. And they've all sort of mangled together, in a way, the rock and the ruins, in a very unnatural way. So clearly that's on purpose, right? I guess maybe the sort of same idea is behind these rocks as well, right? Where this clear transition stems from a violent event in the past or something, you know, like an earthquake that ultimately led to these rocks sort of awkwardly smashing into each other, even though they originally weren't the same. It's interesting. I think you can actually sort of bug your way up here, I guess, judging by the messages. Which makes me think that you can Skyrim horse your way up to that item, maybe. Well, the problem is you can very easily die as well. I guess... But what's the idea here? Probably just want to fall from up there? I mean, we'll go there anyway, right? So... Just need to remember to drop down to the item once I get there. This is the church that we were in. That's where we found the flask. Still super strange to me that the flask is just randomly in some church. Ooh, wait, what is this? What's going on here? Oh. Huh. So these teleporters exist in the overworld as well. That's very interesting. Because I found actually 3 of them down at the river. What's the name? River something something? Sophia? Siofra. Well, almost. But yeah, down there we had 3 of these teleporters. I didn't expect to find one here. Once again, really interesting to me how they actually let you traverse the world quite quickly through these things, through the teleporter chest as well. I'm not the biggest fan of that. I don't really like being sort of transported all over the place. I mean, I could test out where it leads and then just warp back to the church, I guess. Why is it here, though? Why would anybody build this? Maybe as a means of escaping, should the church be attacked? I mean, let's try it out. You can always go back. At least this isn't a trap that doesn't let you teleport. Which also, now that I think about it, Grey old dragon barrow. Wait, what? Is that a... the fuck? Wait, so you can just skip an enemy like that if you teleport? Where the fuck am I? Whoa, okay, well that's much further than I thought it would be. Yeah, okay. I am really not a fan of this. The transporter traps or chests were cool. This is, I don't know. You know what? I think that these teleporters should only exist in New Game Plus or something. Because they're a cool way of getting through the world quicker if you already know it. But they feel just cheap and unnecessary if you haven't played. Because I didn't want to know this, right? It would have been much cooler to find this enemy, you know, like looking at it from a distance, traveling to this location, seeing this thing in the background, where maybe you weren't quite sure, well, is it a statue? Is it like an actual enemy? Do I have to fight it? This would have been pretty cool to sort of naturally discover. What a weird choice, indeed. Like, the fact that they include these teleporters is, yeah. I don't know what to make of it. It feels like it goes completely against the actual idea behind an open world. Strange. I mean, well, it doesn't necessarily lessen the game experience for me, but it definitely doesn't enhance it either. Yeah. I don't like that they exist. I think they... well, maybe they should be something that you can unlock, or, you know, a case where maybe if you defeat a certain enemy, or do, I don't know, solve a puzzle, that would have probably been a cool way to do it, right? Solve some sort of puzzle that maybe is only solvable, really, if you've already sort of experienced certain parts of the game. Seriously? Actually, ah, what? Never mind. Of course. Always a big fan when the timing works out exactly in a way where you are, you know... Also, why is his HP pool pretty much like the crap's 3 times over or something? Oh. Well, that went away quickly. I do like that they, like, they keep their weapon sheathed for a while, right? And once they realize that you're actually quite strong or that he's close to dying, then they draw their weapon. That's pretty cool. It's a neat way of designing these enemies. Why are they... What? Wait, where's the summoning pool? Or the... Not the summoning pool, the spirit summoning... Whatever the fuck it's called. Is it just to, like, for this giant? Seriously? Is that all it's for? Oh, there's another bear. Okay, so... Let's see... Wait, you can actually... Oh, that's funny. Are you... No, that's strange, not funny. Because for a moment I thought that you'd be able to use those gravestones to jump up there, but I don't think you can, right? I don't think you'd be able to make that last jump. You can use it to jump down. Doesn't look like the other way around would be possible, though. Weird. And then from there... Wait, can you go up from here? No, I don't actually... Oh, yeah, never mind. You can, yeah, you can just... Also, there is a white scarab there. So you can go here. So we'll check out this river first, I guess. I don't think there was anything too interesting over there. Did I ever go below that ruin? Did I ever travel along this path properly? Now I'm not too sure. I don't think there's anything too interesting there. So let's just check out the river. Let's deal with that bear. Are you dead? Who killed you? Wait, did the bear just tear through the wolf? Also, wait, what? So suddenly they're not despawning? So maybe I was meant to use them for the bear then? Oh. Huh. Interesting. So the wolves are trying to take revenge, huh? I don't think that's going to turn out too good. I did... Yeah, let's actually... Let's help out the wolves. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? So, huh? I think they just placed the spirit summoning thing very awkwardly here. Because you're meant to fight the bear, well, in this area, right? But you can pull them back here. Why is that? Why? They should have just made it so that you can summon the spirits at any time. It doesn't make any sense that they're not able to be there in the overworld the entire time, because there's literally no reason to, like... You're able to summon the spirits for most quote-unquote sort of tougher enemies anyway. So just make them available all the time instead of having these awkward transitionings where, you know, maybe you can fight an enemy with the spirits there, and maybe you can lure them in, and maybe not, and then sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't, and just way too much sort of awkwardly placed things. and stuff. It doesn't make any sense. Also, what was the red mist about? Why red, specifically? Because the last time these wolves sort of howled and, you know, appeared, they had just white wind surrounding them? Oh, you're still finding one. Poor wolves. I would have helped you if the game had placed the spirit bullshit properly. Wait, so, wait? Why am I so... Game, please. I was able to target it the whole time, and now suddenly I wasn't. I thought I rolled to it. Oh, for fuck's sake. When did he actually hit me? Oh, God, I hate these timings. These bears are just awkward enemies. Oh. Oh, wait, what did I get? Like beast blood, something, something? Holy shit. Well, the bear surely did a number on these guys. Smithing stone 2. Great! What an awesome reward. Well, at least I get a lot of thin beast bones. Still haven't found a way to actually use these Trina's lilies. I mean, I know what they're for, it's just... Well, haven't found the crafting recipes. Which is, yeah, I should probably use something like the Exalted Flesh more at this point as well, since I can craft it. I can craft actually quite a lot of them. Maybe I should do that, to be honest. Just kind of... Well, I think I was debating last time if I should go for the Bloodbone bolts or the grease. I think the grease is actually probably the better choice. Let's just do that. Oh wait, you can only have a hold 10 grease. Interesting. I mean, they're pretty good, so I'll just craft them. I can... That's an arrow. So I'm gonna go for more of these as well. No idea what the soap's for. Well, this is useless, I guess. Let's just craft a couple of these as well. At least now I can use the roller fruits for something. I'm actually missing the fruits to craft more. This I'm also still not really sure about. I haven't really found a place where farming runes is actually a viable option. That's also fun. Okay, well, that's the bear dealt with. Are these gravestones really purely for falling down? I mean, they have to be, right? Because there's no way to get up there. Your double jump is not enough for that. Okay, let's deal with that in a minute. I think this is a dead end anyway, right? If you go this way. Well, I guess you would be able to jump over there, huh? Well, kind of. If the horse controls weren't so awkward. The double jump, that's another sort of weird thing. It's very cool in a way, but it feels like it should actually cover a bit more distance, to be completely honest. Or height, rather. Because it's sometimes just... Or I guess it's the timing when you use it. Because the horse's jump is actually fairly good. The double jump as well. It's just that I guess, what would you call that? Like the fall off or something that the horse has? So if you jump, right? If you jump normally and it stays in the air for quite a while actually, but then it has this sort of arc that falls down very quickly as well. I feel like for a magical horse, it would actually feel better if it wouldn't fall down quite as quickly. I think that it makes the whole thing a bit...
Is anybody there?
What?
Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor.
Well, so it was definitely worth it coming here. Kenneth Height. I think we've heard about him before. Is he going to repeat what he just said? Kenneth Height. Height. Okay. Servant to the true order. Referring to the Golden Order, maybe?
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and
celebrated repudiator of the fall.
Grant me succor.
So we've heard him or his name together with, I think that was the ghost in front of the fort. Wished for Kenneth to be here in order to get rid of, well, the enemies that had attacked the fort. So let's rescue him. I wonder where that goes, to be honest. Yeah, I'm here. You can literally hear me killing the enemies. You know... Oh, hi. I did not see you. You'd think that maybe they had like a second voice line they could use. Also, why did that count as something that would replenish my flask? Hello? Is anybody there? Yeah. Are you telling me you can't hear me killing these things? Where the fuck are you anyways? Hey, Magic Reese. Wait, is he not even down here? Is he up there? Or...
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, can you please tell me where the fuck you are?
Who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order.
Is he up there? The fuck? I thought these, like, demi-humans here, or beastmen here, had maybe captured him or something. I guess not.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested
Oh, he's...
in rescuing
the fuck's going on with you? Are you just standing there? You can literally just climb down. It's not that difficult.
Hello?
I thought he was like captured or something. He's just standing here. Looks kind of like a douche, doesn't he? I mean, he also talks like one. Hello, what's going on?
You've come to lend me your aid, have you?
Well, not really.
Well, that's very kind, but no. No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite
What does that mean?
appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave,
Okay.
young Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool! And plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood.
Next in line is the next ruler of Limgrave? So Limgrave is considered like one area, apparently. Because I thought that, Stormvale, wouldn't that be sort of the natural ruler over Limgrave?
What's this, kind sir? Remarkable. The Knight Commander dead. Already? Well, a blessing if ever I chanced upon one. Fine work, I say. Fine work indeed. I doubt that it was your intention, but the deed is done.
Yeah, it was not my intention.
Now, this is your reward. Go on. It's yours. For the keeping.
Earthsteel dagger. Okay. So yeah, I already cleared the fort, obviously. Well, I mean, considering that everything at the fort was trying to kill me, and you are at least friendly towards me, I guess I helped the right person. So what's your deal now? Are you gonna, take back the fort? Are you gonna rule over Limgrave again? Because this land kind of needs a ruler, I feel like. Somebody to, bring it back in line.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort.
Please do.
To do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Earth Tree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Height, next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold it. Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch.
Okay. So that's really interesting. So the True Order, the Golden Order, in a way seems to be pretty good, right? So it seems to be that, yeah, everybody should, I guess, live peacefully together, which is what we already kind of suspected at the fort, right? The information that we got was pretty much, well, the demi-humans or relationships with the demi-humans broke off, and then they apparently captured one of theirs, which is probably the big beast-looking dude that we found in the fort, in the courtyard, but was already dead. And, well, that's why ultimately the demi-humans came in and apparently killed everybody at the fort, right? Which is pretty interesting considering that that's pretty much almost the same thing that happened to Castle Morn, right? It's a very interesting conflict going on here between quote-unquote beastmen, the demi-humans, and the soldiers. Considering that the soldiers are also all, I don't know, half dead, lost their mind, whatever. Kind of ironic that the beastmen would also be regarded as something like worse. I mean, I guess all of that is obviously because the Archery's influence or the Golden Order or whatever that once existed doesn't really seem to be there anymore. It's just kind of strange that a person like this does still exist. I mean, clearly we've also met Edgar, right, who ruled over Castle Morn, and Irina, his daughter, which are, like, there are clearly a couple of humans who still have sort of their things together. How does that work exactly? Why are the soldiers... I mean, in the case of Castle Stormvale, clearly Godric has done something abhorrent, right? Something terrible to people. And his whole castle seems to, well, there's also these vines that are growing over it, right? Some sort of curse that maybe he spread because he did this grafting thing, and, well, he tried to amass power in himself by attaching limbs and even dragon parts to himself. And clearly that must have somehow, deteriorated everybody's state of mind. But here, why would the same thing be true for this fort, right? Why would they immediately attack us? Why are they the same soldiers as the ones from Stormvale? To me, at least currently, that doesn't really make any sense. Or at least it's not explained why that would be the case, right? Why... Maybe Stormvale, but that's the thing, right? If Stormvale truly had some sort of curse that inflicted the whole of Limgrave, then why do people like Edgar, Irina, Kenneth, why do they still exist? Why are they still, well, somewhat normal compared to everybody else? Because if he wants to return to the fort, what's he going to rule over? There's literally nobody left, right? There is nobody here that can even be ruled over, I feel like. Well, maybe the demi-humans, maybe the beastmen are still normal. Maybe that's always the way they were. Kind of violent creatures, but everybody else doesn't really exist, I feel like, so...
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to ask, would you like to enter my service?
Oh?
I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erdtree's true order. And who knows, perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours. What say you? A fine accord, is it not?
Well, I mean, technically I still see that golden guidance, so I don't really need to get it back, I suppose. Well, I mean, I don't really like him. I don't know what he's about, but considering that he's one of the few normal people around, I guess it can enter service. Don't know what that does specifically. I have a feeling it won't do much, to be honest, judging by past FromSoft games, but I mean, sure. Let's see what happens.
Very well indeed. I knew I saw something in you. I shall await you at my fort. We shall hold a ceremony for your knighting there, I think. I see great things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erdtree blessed.
Cool. Just don't die on the way. Seems to happen to a lot of NPCs, that I interact with, that they are suddenly hurt by something for whatever reason.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. Right then, I've
Okay.
much to do.
I wonder how he's trying to do that. You know what would be actually awesome? If you could truly influence this like part of the game, right? Especially considering that, well, once you're pretty much done with this part, right? Once you move on to the next area, I guess, there is not that much reason to return. So it would be pretty awesome if you could truly, quote unquote, liberate this land, right? And bring some sense of order back to it. That would be awesome. I don't think they'll let you do that, unfortunately, but I do think that it would be great. Well, have you actually done or found anything else at the fort? I guess I'll just go to it and see what's this about and what he's doing here. Or at the fort, rather. Fort Height. Why would he specifically rule over Limgrave, though? I mean, the fort is the smallest structure here. Stormvale's clearly bigger. Well, okay, the Castle Morn is technically on the peninsula, right? So they would, I guess, just rule over the island, not Limgrave itself. And maybe Stormvale is actually not considered part of Limgrave? Maybe it's sort of its own entity? I wonder if he ever changes his line of dialogue. Because he should, technically, right? Also, let's see if these enemies are still here. Would be pretty weird if they were, but then again... Huh. Yeah, they actually do seem to be gone. Okay, so I like this. I think they should have done this, a lot more, actually, with other things. See, this is how an open world should function. You do some sort of quest and something happens and, well, now the enemies are gone, right? That makes a whole lot more sense. And actually, this way the player actions have some true influence, some lasting influence, something you can really, something tangible, right? And the fact that even in the overworld, enemies typically just respawn when you rest at a site of grace, I don't think they should have done it this way. That feels like a remnant of past FromSoft games that just doesn't really fit with this whole thing. I mean, obviously it's still fine as long as you haven't properly dealt with the situation, right? So let's say I'm still infiltrating Stormvale, I'm resting at a site of grace. Yeah, enemies can respawn. That makes sense. But once you have actually dealt with a particular threat in a particular area, especially if it's logically connected to something like in this case, there is an actual, well, not really going to call it a story yet, but at least there is something going on here, right? And I wish they'd have done this more often. Because in other cases, it just feels so disconnected, right? For example, the whole Castle Manor, why do I want to call it Manor? Castle Morn had been overrun by these demi-humans, right? Everybody's sort of being killed. Well, most people were already dead, and there was a few soldiers still left fighting, but they very quickly died as well. And then you go up one tower, and you just see Edgar sitting there. Right? He's just, I don't know, he's just sitting there, the only one left, right? And nobody's coming for him, nobody's trying to kill him. He himself also doesn't do anything either. He just sits there. And that is that's just awkward, right? I mean, games 20 years ago had better and more dynamic NPCs. So, what a weird thing, right? I mean, it was never such a big deal in the other FromSoft games. I felt like it, worked better there, but now... But you are still around, though. Oh, now they're part of the castle, I guess. And they're still attacking me, even though... I thought we were, like, trying to strike a deal with them or something. Why are you all... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is fighting multiple enemies always so awkward? So... what? Where the fuck is this Kenneth gone to? I feel like me killing these beastmen doesn't really help his case, right? Unless the negotiations have already broken down. Wasn't there a ballista here earlier? Wait. Huh? Why? And he's just... Did you not care that I slaughtered the people you were trying to negotiate with? Is that, fine with you?
Is it? I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort. Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. One must be found, with haste, and not that awful Godric, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Okay, so... I'm still trying to figure out what Stormville actually, is to this land, because... Well, I thought that Stormville existed pretty much before Godric became what he became. So why would he be the true... Weird. Well, I mean, considering that Godric's literally gone mad, has attached a couple of limbs, including a dragon's head, to his body, I feel like there isn't really much competition to you for an actual leader that still is in the right state of mind to rule over a land.
I'm sorry to have lifted your hopes, but I haven't the authority to raise you to knighthood. As things stand, the great Kenneth Height issues his sincerest apology. But now, I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
I thought you were the lord. What?
I must begin my search for a true...
Huh? Wait. Huh? So now he will just stand here awkwardly trying to debate with himself whether or not he should be the next Lord of Limgrave? What the hell?
I must beg for a true...
I mean, I guess once I deal with Godric, I can come back here and maybe he'll make me a knight? I suppose Huh? Sure, I guess. I mean, maybe there's going to be at least one point of uh, order and reason in this whole land. Did I actually ever... I thought I looked for Edgar, but maybe I didn't properly? Because that's still awkward, right? Like, Edgar was mourning over his dead daughter, and then he just pretty much disappeared. No idea where he is at this point. Ah, well, I mean, I guess we'll find him sooner or later. So... How do I want to do this? I guess we can just move up here, right? There's still the item here. Let's move up here, check out these lands, check out this thing, and then from here we can maybe jump back down to check out this graveyard. And then afterwards we can just come back and deal with this place, I guess. Oh, yeah, I should also actually teleport to the place I wanted to go to. Oh man, yeah. All of this and these interactions with NPCs, it really makes me wish they would have gone for, you know, an actual open world RPG with things that actually change and proper quest lines and NPCs and not this awkward, I don't know, Souls-like thing, FromSoft thing. Why can't I? Wait, can I not pick up? Is it bugged? It's just kind of awkward. Where's the scarab? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? If you compare this to, let's say, how quests worked in Morrowind, for example, I mean, that's almost 20 years ago, right? And the quests in here are, well, disappointing would be a good way, I guess, of right? I mean, I know that these games aren't necessarily meant to be that, but why include these NPCs at all, right? Why put in these awkward quest lines that just feel, well, awkward? Because they just don't really work like you would expect them to. Sacred Blade. Wow, okay, that sounds awesome. Also, you know what? These weird wind things. It would have been awesome if, for example, you killed the bear and I would unlock one of them. That would have been pretty cool as well. Considering that, you know, they actually give you quite a lot of jumping points or things you could jump onto, but there's no wind current there, so it... well, you can't. Where are they? Where are they? Here. Sacred Blade. Sacred Affinity. So with this it'll deal holy damage then, right? Sacred Blade. Grants armaments, attacks holy essence, and fires off a golden blade projectile. The armament retains its holy essence for a while. Whips, fists, and claws accepted. Okay. I still need to figure out something with these ashes, right? What I want to do with my weapon in the long run. Oh, well, that was a quicker attack than what I expected. I feel kind of sorry for you guys, but... well... sometimes you do drop thin beast bones, so, yeah. No way around that, I guess. Okay. I feel like that attack should have hit me. No. Well, at least the last two dropped some. Oh, right, so this should be the place where we can get to the item, I guess. Maybe? Ooh, no, never mind. Wait, shit. This is way too high. Huh? Well, that's awkward. So I guess you have to. Okay, let me place a marker there. I need to come back to that later. I don't think it's a particularly good item, probably, but do they truly want you to make some sort of awkward jump along the wall? I guess so, huh? Because from this height, even with a double jump, I'm gonna die. Well. I marked it, so we're gonna come back to it. So that's where I came from. So we'll check out the lower level first and then go further up. That how it, yeah, seems to be a good plan. Although I don't expect there to be too much here. A couple of wolves. Oh, is it just more wolves? It's just, I guess, like an optional way to venture upwards. Where's the, because from this way it looks like I've already been there, but I guess not. Let's see if there's another item next to the wolves. Not really. One of the lilies. Okay. Let's go the other way then. There are actually a lot of these big open areas with nothing in them. The giants, okay. Ah, well, at least there is a cave. These wind currents. This looks like a mine. So maybe we'll be able to get more smithing stones free. Which I still need. Also, I'm really not a fan of this either. Not like because of how it works. So if you summon your horse, right, or if you go someplace with your horse, there's this blue mist that you just saw, right? That essentially tells you you can't go any further with your horse. Now, that in and of itself isn't too bad, right? The reason that it's not explained in game is bad. And I don't know why they don't do things like that, right? Like, why doesn't your maiden say, for example, you know, your horse needs, I don't know, the blessing of the earth tree to be able to be summoned or something, right? And so once you enter a place like this, you know, the earth tree doesn't really, it's not connected to you. There is like this rock in the way. And so, you know, you can't summon your horse. Whatever, right? Come up with something. But don't just place this blue mist in your game without any explanation whatsoever. Because if something like this blue mist can exist, why doesn't there exist something else that keeps off, well, other humans or tarnished or whatever, right? Once you establish that this weird magic seems to exist in your world, it would logically follow that maybe, you know, people would be able to use it to keep off other things from their property or whatever, right? I don't know. I mean, obviously it's a small thing. It's just a lot of this really detracts from the world and really. Wait, did I unequip my lantern? Oh, never mind. I put it. Right. I put it here. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, it's. It makes the world feel a lot less. Gale Tunnel. Oh, that's interesting that it's called a tunnel. But yeah, it makes the world feel a lot less alive, right? A lot less immersive. If things like that exist, it makes it feel a lot more like the level of a game. Which is unfortunate considering how well designed it is, right? Oh, oops. Thought I had to hit it. Wait, a smithing stone 4? Okay. Ah. Weird. Okay, so you can unlock a site of grace, but can't actually travel further. Well, considering the name, Rear Gale Tunnel Entrance. What was this place called? That's the Celia Crystal Tunnel, okay. And yeah, considering the name, it might connect to some other place then, huh? Well, it's cool that we have the Site of Grace, though. If I ever want to come... Oh, wait. Never mind. If I want to come back here... I wonder if the fact that it connects to this place ever becomes useful, because I have a feeling it won't, right? Because, I mean, why would we want to come back to Limgrave? Guess I have to take the wind current, huh? So that chapel... I mean, maybe it has a Site of Grace in it as well. That would be a good starting off point once we want to go into Caelid, is what it's called, right? Oh, wait, never mind. I oops. Completely forgot about the fact that you can also go this way. And did he, like, notice that we approached him? Is that why he suddenly started moving? No, never mind. Guess he decided that it wasn't worth his time. So yeah, this, wait, seriously? What the fuck is wrong with you? They can, like, roll? Okay? Sure. Why is that so weak? I mean, I know that I still need to level magic and stuff, but feels like it should do a bit more damage than that. Ooh, that almost hit me. And that shouldn't have. A lot of the hitboxes have very, very awkward and weird sort of backwards things. Like where they hit behind their actual hitbox. Oh shit, I should have used the flask that gives me a shield. He does drop 1,000 runes. It's not bad overall. Also, yeah, I was speculating about that at the end of last stream, whether or not the Flask of Wondrous Physique gets replenished like the other flasks. Unfortunately, it does not, which makes it even weirder. I mean, why replenish the other flasks, but not the one that's actually cool? What a weird choice. Why take away the cool thing if you use it once? But keep the boring ones, I guess. Once again, we have one of these awkward stone sword places. Okay. Well, the sky sure changed color quickly, right? And see, this is what I mean in terms of transitions, right? It doesn't, like, logically, it makes no sense whatsoever that over there, like literally 20 meters in front of me, all the sky that's above Limgrave suddenly turns red as well. You know, like, why? It's a cool aesthetic, don't get me wrong. I like that it is that way, but make it a smoother transition, right? Make the red sky slowly transition in, and with slowly, I mean over the course of like 2-3 minutes, right? And not, I don't know, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, not even. It's just kind of unnecessary. Huh. It's very interesting, though, that chapel looks burnt and seemingly keeps burning. Like the people in Limgrave that had been burnt, that are put up on those stakes that remind you of Marika. Okay, Lord Godfrey, at last, at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. Okay. So stone sword, I guess I call it the stone sword at the entrance to Caelid. What's it, CAE? Thing. Um, okay, Lord Godfrey. Last at the end of his campaign. That already is a very weird sentence. His golden armies unvanquished. And unbowed. Yet finds grace lost. Tattered and faded. So, what does that mean exactly? Lord Godfrey, well, he was the first Elden Lord, right? We don't really know what that means, obviously, at this point, but so he seemingly conquered the lands between, I guess, all of them. That would be his campaign, right? His golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, so nobody was able to stand against him. Which is somewhat interesting in and of itself, considering that, I don't know, I thought of the first Elden Lord as somebody more peaceful, I guess. I mean, isn't the whole thing here that the Earth Tree sort of stands for the Golden Order? I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, the Earth Tree just exists, right? And then the Golden Order was established because of it. Well, because people took the Earth Tree as their, I don't know, symbol of life or what have you, right? Their god, whatever you want to call it. And, the people came up with the concept of, well, one of us should be Elden Lord, right? And we should, bring all of the lands between under our rule of the Earth Tree, and then we will all live peacefully and happily, I guess, was probably the idea. So now it's interesting. So he yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. That could mean several things. Considering that it stands here at sort of the entrance to Caelid, maybe Caelid or these lands, were they always this rotten? I mean, maybe there is some kind of innate rot or poison or something that makes these lands look like this. And once he came here, once they maybe tried to take Caelid as well and bring it under the rule of the Earth Tree, maybe they failed, and that's why his grace was lost, tattered, and faded. Could also be the other way around, where maybe, he lost his grace, he faded, and just because of that wasn't able to conquer Caelid, or maybe he actually did, and that's why he lost his grace. I mean, what a weird description, because, the first two sentences make it seem like, oh yeah, Lord Godfrey managed quite a lot, and he was undefeated, but yet he lost grace. So that last sentence is interesting, but nothing explains anything. And who put these things up anyways? Why do they stand everywhere, telling the story of the first Elden Lord, but at the same time also not really telling it? Oh well. At least we do have a site of grace here. But yeah. Oh. Hello. Anastasia, Tarnished Eater. Oh, that's a cool weapon. That was like a particular skill. Okay. I hated that it... Sometimes the timings are really awkward on... Okay. Well, that... Oh, never mind. It did actually a lot of damage. It just didn't do that much damage because I still had my shield up. Okay. Recusant vanquished? What? Sacred Scorpion Charm. What does that mean? This would be a whole lot cooler if they had explained to us what tarnished are and why somebody would like to eat them. Or kill them, rather. Because it's a pretty cool interaction, right? Second NPC invasion that we found. It's just that since we don't really know what tarnished are in this world, it takes away of the impact of it, doesn't it? Okay, and what's the item that we got? Some scorpion stuff. Is it like a key item? Is it something you can craft? Wait, how many? Yeah, I'm definitely missing a lot of those. Wait, where is it? Or maybe is it a weapon? Oh, I think I never looked at this either. Oh, it's a talisman. Interesting. So the clarifying horn charm, where do we get that? Shit. Oh, right, that was down in the river, right? Who dropped it, though? Shit. I forgot who dropped it, or... Did we just find it somewhere? Oh, what's that word? And... Is that French? Accoutrement? 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 No idea. Worn by the ancestral followers. Raises focus. Okay. Focus governs resistance to sleep and madness. Well, I haven't really encountered enemies that deal that, so... Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Okay. Cool. And then now we found the scorpion, a sacred scorpion charm. A talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen. Patterned on a scorpion freshly shed of its exoskeleton, its claws seizing a heart with a blessed glow. Raises holy attack power, but lowers damage negation. Ooh, that together with the ashes that we found earlier? That might be pretty cool. Well, the problem is that the holy attack raises holy attack. Unfortunately, that doesn't influence the damage that I deal with my magic, right? Would be pretty awesome if it did, to be honest. Because I am, like, well, the class that I chose in the beginning is sort of an assassin, right? So... Thematically, this would be pretty awesome, but its effect isn't really that useful to me at this point in time. I mean, maybe we can try and do something with it in the future? Let me write that piece of information down, though. So, uh, although, well, then again, talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen. Bu- bu- bu. So there are assassins who attack Tarnished for some reason. I wonder who sent them. Well, somebody from Caelid, potentially, right? And then, yeah, I wanted to take a look at the dagger. I think this is... We already had a couple of Earth Tree things, I think. Earth Steel things, I mean. An Earth Steel dagger with a grass crest engraved upon its blade. Grass crest. Grass crest. Carried by the Earth Tree royalty for self-defense in times of peace. Though forged to a high standard, the weapon is difficult to wield. Attack power also scales with faith. Well, that's awesome. Grass crest. I wonder if the grass crest is sort of the original crest of the fort and the ruler of Limgrave. Interestingly enough, though, we haven't seen anything like that on the fort itself, right? So maybe the grass crest is more connected to the capital or something? Carried by royalty. Self-defense. In times of peace. Grass crest. Engraving. Well, interesting. I also find it rather interesting that I literally almost stood on the very place where that NPC invaded me. Because you'd think that it would appear somewhat earlier while you were still approaching this thing, because I could have just run by it and reset it, probably. I mean, well, for the most part, you can probably do that anyways, but... The Smoldering Church. Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting. I hope they, at some point, I mean, will they? I hope they will explain why these flames seem to exist that eternally burn. 2 items. Wow. But yeah, this will be a great starting off point to explore the east side of the map. Ooh, Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 14 and Missionaries Cookbook 3. Nice. Uh, 14 and 3. Where are the cookbooks? I always forget what these fucking items are. Here. 14. That gives us the poison pot, the roped poison pot, and a poison bone dart. Cool. The only thing that I don't like about those things is that, well, they mostly use the same ingredients as the greases do. Although, poison bone darts... no, never mind. I'd need bolts with poison. That would be awesome, because then I could poison enemies from a distance, which, I mean, think back to Agil, for example, the dragon, right? Being able to poison enemies like that from a distance is pretty cool. Or would be pretty cool. And then we also get the silver pickled foulfoot. Great. Haven't even found a good place to use these feet like at all, but I can craft them. And we can craft these. I mean, I still have a couple of them, right? Well, you can carry 40. What an interesting limit. I mean, it can be pretty useful, I guess. Depends on how quickly they can poison an enemy, obviously, right? If it takes too many, then... I mean, I still have a lot of poison bloom. I don't have that many thin beast bones. Just craft a couple more. Do I just want to... Did I ever use the soap at some point? No, I don't think I have. Do I just want to try that? I mean, I can craft more if I wanted to. It's just that I want to know what it actually does. Probably nothing. Cleans off filth and other accumulations on the body while also slightly reducing poison buildup. Oh, you know what? It could literally just be that it's... So if you're standing in poison, for example, you can see it, right? You physically look green while you're standing in poison, or your exterior, your clothing, whatever, looks green, right? So maybe there are other effects like that as well, and if you use the soap, obviously it washes it off. But let's say you were still standing in a poison pool. Wouldn't it be automatically applied again? I mean, this would only really be effective if you'd be able to... keep the poison off for a while, right? So if this was a lasting effect, and it would keep the poison off for, let's say, I don't know, 20 seconds or something, then it would be quite cool if you could, let's say you want to cross like a poison pool, you just apply soap, and for a time, while the effect is active, it wouldn't let you get poisoned, and wouldn't even attach the poison to your clothing, right? That would be kind of neat. I don't think it works that way, but would be cool if it did. Okay, I probably also want to level. I have, let's see, I need 2,300. Yeah, that'll be easy enough. Because I just saw how many of these runes I have. Let's use one of that. That's... Okay. So 6 of the other ones, right? Well, I could have also... never mind. I could have just used the other golden rune 4, but... Oh, well. Okay, still on the quest for 23 intelligence. And since I'm already here, so we don't have, or do I have another spell that I could use at this point? What's the spirit wearing? What is that mask? Defensive arc of glint blades. Creates a defensive round which automatically attack nearby foes. I wonder how strong this is. I want to use this one. The bubbles, I don't think are that good, to be honest. I mean, do I want to try it? I have the slot, right? So let's see how strong it actually is. How much damage it deals. Still haven't really used this one. What was this one again? Increases holy damage negation, okay. Yeah, this distinction between incantations and sorceries. I mean, you can just level both, right? But you then also need to have a charm equip and a staff, and I just feel like I'm still not dealing as much damage as I would like to. This one has parry on it. Okay. Faith. Scaling. How much faith do I have? Intelligence 22 at this point. Ah, boy, it's always so hard to calculate this, right? Also, why is a C faith scaling giving me plus 25 and a C dex scaling plus 36, even though I'm higher leveled in faith than in dexterity? That's something that I still don't understand. I mean, maybe it's to negate effects of, but then they could have just lowered the base damage. I feel like the scaling should be more or less the same, right? I mean, C on any kind of attribute should equal the same scaling. And if they felt like that was too good on magic things, they should just lower the base damage, to be honest. I don't know. This is just awkward. Yeah, I just don't know whether or not 104 base damage would be, like, a lot weaker, I guess. Still haven't really tried this, magic stuff. So magic scaling with 22 now gives me plus 29. Which is not bad. Let's see in scaling. Oh man, I hate that it's so hard to compare them though. Why make it so awkward? And I could just try it at some point. Theoretically, right? Theoretically, using magic scaling at this point should be much better than the physical one. I mean, I have 22 intelligence, right? Also, I still think that these ashes should actually be just a straight up upgrade to your weapon, instead of just changing the scaling. I mean, I get that they didn't make it an actual upgrade, but I think it would feel a lot better if that was the case. I mean, I can just try it. 29, 25. Right, that was arcane. Well, that's just straight up gonna be worse. So if I do something, it would have to be magic, right? Let's do this for now. I just want to test the sacred stuff, and yeah. let's see what it does. Let's see how powerful it really is. I have a feeling it will be very hard to actually see any kind of tangible difference, but ah well. Also, I think it would be actually pretty. It would be pretty cool to see like an actual representation of that damage on your weapon. Oh yeah, let me just try it, I guess. Oh, for fuck's sake. I always forget that you can only use the skill. Okay, what does that mean though? Is it only dealing holy damage while this effect is active? Because if that's the thing, then it's pretty bad. If you have to sort of reapply it every time. I mean, not that it's hard to do that. It's just annoying when you also want to have a shield. God, I wish you could use both skills. I wish you could parry and use the weapon skill. That would be so much cooler. Especially since I feel like the R2 of your weapon isn't really all that useful anyway. I mean, most things attack so quickly that it's just more beneficial, I feel like, to hit them with quick attacks instead of R2ing. Unless, I guess, you could potentially sort of break their attack or something more easily with R2, but yeah, it just takes longer to get out, right? So against, I don't know. Huh? Wait. Can we literally just see the base of the Earth Tree from here? Well, that's awkward. Is it like growing out of the water or what? That looks weird. Also, I find it interesting how this world is designed. I expected something completely different, to be honest. So we have, like, this is Limgrave, okay. Peninsula, whatever. And then Caelid seems to be, like, over here somewhere. But the lower right corner of the map seems to be somewhat empty, right? Which is fine, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it should be bigger. I'm just saying that I expected a more square map, I guess. But it's not. That's interesting. And then this sort of goes around here then, I guess, with like a big lake / ocean in the middle as well. So I wonder how many zones actually exist. 3 or 4, right? So this zone, we have Caelid, the red zone, whatever. And then I expect this to be either 1 or 2 zones. Okay. So the game is somewhat smaller than I thought. Not really. I mean, judging by my playtime and judging by how much exists, it's fine. I don't think that it should be bigger, but it looked bigger in the beginning, I guess. I'm also really looking forward to finding out what these white towers are supposed to be about. Well, okay. That was a neat, small adventure into Limgrave. I feel like, well, both NPC invaders that I've seen so far were kind of a lot easier compared to most of the quote-unquote normal enemies so far. Which is interesting as well. Because they felt like much more traditional FromSoft enemies, right? With timings that you can actually understand and that are somewhat similar and not change all the time. Also, a lot more sort of traditional ways of attacking as well, without awkward spins or unfair hitboxes or something. That's quite interesting. I do very much like fighting these invaders. Is somebody rowing on that lake? Huh. Well, that looks cool. I wonder if that's an enemy. I kind of hope not. Although maybe it is. Probably is. Or is it just a ghost? Summon Water Village. What's up with him? Oh yeah, it's an enemy. And he saw me. Is he like... Does he not have to stay on the water? Can he just... Oh yeah, he can. Oh well, that's awkward. Well, I mean, I guess time to test my Holy Blade then, huh? Also... Ah, shit, I need more... Hi. Who the fuck are you? Oh! Wait, what? That's a boss? Huh? What? He just teleported back over there. What's that about? Oh, okay, I did not expect him to just be a boss. Well, now what? He seems somewhat confused. Oh. He was attacked by my swords, I think. So what's the deal with him? Is he just teleporting like all over the place or what? Does he himself even attack? Doesn't... Holy shit! I feel like holy damage seems to be the way to go. Deathroot. Okay. Ah, and skeletal militiamen ashes. Okay, well that was kind of disappointing. Yeah, so the maybe it was the holy damage? Potentially? That looked like it did a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Okay, let's check out the rest of the place. I wonder if now the skeletons will just stay dead. Weird. I mean, the design was awesome. With him, like, rowing through the lake and reviving little skeletons and whatever. It's just... I feel like their AI is sometimes... what do we call that? The AI is sometimes just a bit awkward. Because, like, the only reason I even went towards him is because he saw me, right? He saw me and paddled towards me. And I don't think that should have happened. He should have just stayed on his leg until you attacked him, because otherwise... Well, yeah, otherwise it's just weird, right? Because I was only up here, and suddenly he teleports all the way back there and just doesn't do anything. So you're kind of left standing there and kind of go, huh? Oh, okay, cool. And nothing really happens, right? Somewhat of a uh, somewhat of a letdown, I guess, in terms of a boss fight, right? Whereas otherwise, it should be a very cool one, and it kind of is, but at the same time, the AI just makes it weird. These are the spirits of militiamen who live in death, and will continue to rise again until properly finished off. And this is the grotesque fate of those who come into contact with Deathroot. Deathroot. Okay, well that's a piece of new information. Deathroot. So that's the explanation why those skeletons always rise again. I wonder if these spirits will do that as well. That would be pretty awesome, right? To have two skeletons that continuously get back up. That would be quite funny. Oh, never mind. I want to look at the Deathroot, wherever that is. It's here. A source that gives rise to those who live in death. Okay. I wonder why that's capitalized. Those who live in death. The beast clergyman found at bestial sanctum in the distant east collects and devours these roots. Okay. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting on the form of Deathroot. Well, that's a lot of death. Okay, that's like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. 5 times the word death is mentioned. Okay. The beast clergyman found at a bestial sanctum in the distant east. So connecting that with the information we found earlier on that stone sword, now I'm wondering whether or not that's where Godfrey fell, or where he lost. Huh. Beast clergyman. I wonder if you can offer them this root. And then what is the sentence down here? On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. What a description. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of Deathroot. The night of the dire plot. Why is that something we haven't heard yet? Why is it always new names? Night of the dire plot. That's also a stupid name for a night, by the way. The stolen rune of death. Killed a demigod. Or it enabled the first death of a demigod. Aren't the runes connected to the demigods, though? So there is one rune that can enable death of demigods, even though it itself is connected to a demigod? How does that work? And then it's spread across the lands through the underground roads of the Great Tree. Well, spread through... via the roots of the Earth Tree. Great Tree. Wait, now it's called Great Tree again. Is that referring to the Earth Tree, or is it referring to one of the minor Earth Trees? Does it really matter in the end? So, what I'm wondering now is this an actual sort of explanation as to what might have happened to the lands between and to the end of the Golden Era and the first Elden Lord? You know, considering that what we got to know from those stone swords next to that burning church, it does sound somewhat like Godfrey attempted to bring Caelid or these eastern lands under his control. Maybe then something happened that led to this night that's mentioned here. And somehow a demigod died. Is it referring to... I don't think it's referring to Godfrey, right? Wouldn't they then just write, enable the death of the first Elden Lord? Well, it's definitely a problem that we don't really have any kind of proper timeline at this point, right? We don't really know... Is this referring to events that happened after the Shattering? After the Great War? After the whole Earth Tree thing was already gone? Pretty much? Or is it referring to something before that maybe triggered the death of Godfrey and Queen Marika's... Or the fact that Marika doesn't... isn't here anymore and that kind of thing. I hope we'll find out. I wish they would describe these things just a little bit more clearly, because the problem is they give you this piece of information, but it could refer to vastly different historic events. And yeah, I mean, the fact that you can't really place it makes it somewhat... well, I guess at some point we'll probably find out something in terms of the timeline. I don't know what to make of this anymore. There's just too much that isn't properly explained, and I get that that's the point somehow, but yeah, it makes it also just hard to follow whatever the game's talking about at all, right? Because it could literally be everything and nothing, sort of. What? Oh, wait. Is the game just giving us the music because these things are attacking me? I guess it is, huh? Well, that was weird. Okay. God, do they have to place them so that you can't attack them? I wonder what this was. This looks like a chapel as well, but without like a statue in it or something? Must have been kind of beautiful ones, to be honest. So the whole area looks pretty cool. And why... What is this whole place, then? I mean, clearly these are ruins, but... I don't know, it could have been maybe a monastery of some sort? Considering they have a fairly large graveyard here, apparently, and with all these weird roots, so that's, I guess, this Deathroot, right? Ah, that's interesting. So these sort of... we've definitely seen this... I don't even know how to describe it, but these things on the roots, right? They almost look like, I don't know, fins, maybe? We've definitely seen them in a couple of places already. Which, yeah, I mean, obviously that means that this death stuff, Deathroot thing, whatever. Are you serious? Now they're despawning again because they... I don't know, because their AI is bugging out or something. Yeah. I don't know, it's just really, really hard to make out. Because we don't really know, right? I guess this Deathroot came in later. And maybe triggered this whole thing with the ashes, for example. So, we know that these earth tree burials exist, for example, right? Where people apparently are sort of fed to the roots of the earth tree. But I feel like because of this Deathroot, maybe that ritual, that earth tree burial, just didn't work properly anymore. And so a lot of these ashes, or a lot of these spirits, actually weren't able to return to the earth tree in a proper way. And that's why they still roam the lands. That's why we see so many sort of undead creatures, skeletons, and also, well, the ashes that we ourselves use are things that ultimately, I guess, weren't able to return to the earth tree as well because because this Deathroot took hold of them, right? I wonder if the Deathroot itself is then also connected to the thorn-like things that we've seen in Stormvale. I mean, they look so different that I think that the thorns probably represent something else. I don't think it's necessarily the same thing or the same cause or something. Certainly had a rather similar effect, though. Oh, yeah, I was wondering for a second whether or not they actually... Also, I think I'm actually dealing a whole lot more damage this way. I'm not entirely sure. I need to test that a bit more. I feel like the scaling's already a lot better, like the int... I mean, if I'm dealing this much damage with the holy stuff, I'm probably dealing even more. Well, I should be dealing more with the int scaling, right? It's just that I do very much like the Holy Blade effect. I wish I had something similar for like a magic weapon. Because the magic effects that I have, well, they aren't that great. The magic blade isn't bad. Like the big magic sword that you can summon with the ashes, it's not a bad thing. It's just, it's also a very slow attack. So I wasn't very convinced that it would actually help me much. Is that a Side of Grace? It is. Interesting. Huh. This place seems to be, like, once you defeat the boss, there isn't that much going on here, huh? Pretty empty otherwise. Unless, well, I mean, there is a couple of skeletons here. Yeah, I don't know what it is with these, like, beast spirits. Their AI always seems to bug out a lot. Oh, right. I always completely forget that they get back up. I wonder what that's about, because, well, we had that bug happen with the AI of that, like, funnily enough, a poison bug, a worm, and its AI also completely bugged out, where it wasn't even attacking us anymore. Somehow I have a feeling that, you know, your spirits bugging out might also have something to do with that as well. Oh, shit, I don't want to fall down. Although I do want to, should probably just unlock the Site of Grace real quick and then, you know, drop down there, check that out. It seems like there isn't really that much more here, to be honest. Which is somewhat of a shame, considering that the boss fight would have been much cooler if he hadn't attacked us right away. Or seen us, rather. Also, now, the fact that he teleported sort of back to the gravestones. Oh, there actually is another place to enter here. That's cool. But yeah, the fact that he's sort of teleported back makes me feel like he maybe wasn't even supposed to be able to row onto land. Because that looked kind of awkward, right? Since we do have this lake here, and he's rowing on the lake. Yeah, I felt like it probably shouldn't have been possible for him to row onto the lake. Wait, what? Why is there turtles here? Huh? What's up with you guys? How did you get in here? Why are you still here? Were they not able to leave because of the fog gate, or do they just like to chill here? Huh. What a weird place. Aha! Well, that explains it. Green turtle talisman. So it's some kind of turtle place then. Raises stamina recovery speed. Ooh, well that might actually be better than raising your maximum stamina. Wait, okay. A turtle, right? These very, very slow-moving creatures. Raise your stamina recovery speed. It's actually pretty funny. Also looks kind of cute. Talisman in the shape of a green turtle. Turtles are known as a nutritious ingredient, symbolic of inexhaustible power. Are they now? However, those who hold turtles to be wise creatures consider the practice of eating their meat to be barbarous. Barbarous? Barbarous? Yeah, I mean they're so cute. I don't want to kill them. Yeah, that's a pretty good effect. I don't know if I want to exchange it for my maximum HP at this point. I mean, maybe? God, I hope we get more talisman slots. The fact that so many cool talismans exist, I really hope you're not restricted to 2. That would be really unfortunate. I mean, obviously, they can make your character quite strong, but isn't that the whole point? Like, if you... That's also something that I always struggled with in the other FromSoft games, right? Sometimes it felt like they sort of purposefully took away cool stuff just to make it more challenging. Which, you know, the challenge of the games is great and all, but if you only achieve it because you take cool stuff away from the player, I don't know. It's not necessarily the best game design at that point. Or I think can I turn it off? I am serious. So, yeah, that seems to be a bug as well, doesn't it? He makes the animation and everything, but you can't actually turn off the lantern while you're sitting on horseback. I feel like that's not... Yeah. So either you shouldn't be able to do the animation at all, or alternatively, you should be able to turn the lantern off and on while you're on a horse. I would have sort of opted for the second option, but yeah. Either one, right, should be the correct one. But this way, yeah, probably buggy. Yet again, unfortunate. There's actually a lot more bugs going on than I thought there would be. Or, well, at least a couple of things that feel like they just don't work correctly. Okay, what is this called? Oh, Summon Water Village Outskirts. I wonder what that name's supposed to be like, or what it's supposed to mean. Summon Water Village. So it was supposed to be a village at some point. I was thinking monastery, but the ruins make it look more like a monastery, not necessarily a village. Although maybe in this case the names are somewhat interchangeable. Okay, so now that we've unlocked this, I probably should rest it, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should have. Oh well, doesn't really matter. Couple more runes. Did I ever look at these things closer? I mean, that's the Earth Tree, right? They look somewhat similar to what we've seen in those ancestral things, right? The white sort of stone tablets that we've seen down in the well, in the river. But the material seems a bit different. Okay. Not that much here, I guess. I just want to collect the runes over here. Wait, so this just belongs to the village, right? I'm fairly certain that I should have collected everything, hopefully. Okay, that's where the bear is. Yeah, I don't think that I need to drop down here anymore. So the place I actually wanted to go is this way, yeah. It's a much steeper drop than I thought it would be. Ooh. Another place to summon? Interesting. Ah, yeah, I could have dropped down over there, maybe? It should be fine, maybe? No, it's not. I don't like these drops. The problem is that they don't have a gradual damage fall off. There's just one point where you suddenly die, and otherwise you don't take damage at all. Somewhat of a, I don't know, it's a weird choice. That's different in Sekiro, for example, right? In Sekiro you can actually drop down quite a lot, I feel like, and still be fine somewhat, but you do take damage. It's just an awkward choice here. Especially since you have so much verticality. I mean, that they wouldn't necessarily let you just jump down anywhere, I guess that's fine in a way. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't even see that there is another graveyard over there. Okay, so let's go there first then. Afterwards, check out this one. But yeah, it's... I don't know. I'm definitely in this world, even though it maybe doesn't necessarily fit the aesthetic. I mean, surely they should have been able to come up with like something that would be somewhat similar to the glider from Breath of the Wild without actually it being a glider. Because yeah, a glider wouldn't really fit the aesthetics of this game, I get it, right? But yeah, I mean, with everything that Breath of the Wild did for open world games in terms of traversal, and Genshin Impact also copying that pretty much, you know, the lack of it in this game, can you please just pick it up, is, you really feel it. You really do. The horse is much more limited, and ultimately, because of that, feels, well, I don't know. Just not as great as it could be, I guess. I mean, the horse in general is somewhat problematic simply because the controls are not great. And there can be a lot of delay to the animations, which just, you know, just doesn't feel great. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like just giving you more traversal options or making the horse... I mean, you could have used systems, let's say similar to Breath of the Wild, where once you unlock that power, you have this ability to like freely summon sort of a wind draft 3 times, right? And then it needs to be replenished over time. So maybe they could have done something similar here, where, you know, instead of placing these wind drafts at specific points on the map, they could have had, or they could have given you one specific draft that is, you know, able to be used like once until you rest at a site of grace again or something. I don't know. I mean, so far, I don't think we've necessarily seen places where being able to just freely jump down or something would have been detrimental to the game's exploration. I feel like it would have enhanced it, actually, right? Instead of implementing fall damage, your double jump should be able to just prevent that. Yeah. Ugh. Need to jump up again, huh? Are you serious? No, okay. Fevers cookbook? Well, that's a new one. Cool. Oops. Well, I thanked him for his cookbook, I guess. That's not what I wanted to press, but it did work out quite well, I guess. Here, so now we have Nomadic Warriors cookbook. We have the Armorer's Cookbook, the Missionary's Cookbook, and now the Fervor's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who's utterly captivated by Saint Trina. Continued to search for her in his slumber. Okay. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Sleep pot. Okay. Ooh, wait a second. So now we finally have something to use Trina's lilies on. Ah, interesting, interesting. The problem is... Wait, what's the problem here exactly? Ah, I still have used all of my cracked pots. Well, that's unfortunate. That's why I haven't been able to... Because I also have these other ones, right? Soak them in oil. That's actually something I haven't really done either. That's pretty cool. Holy pot, the poison pot, fetid pot. I never noticed that they have a much larger description than the other ones. Highly effective against those who live in death, even preventing them from rising again. Ooh, so maybe I accidentally used the right thing, right? So this boss that we fought here on the boat with the Deathroot, they are highly susceptible to holy damage, apparently. So I kind of accidentally used the correct weapon for these guys, I guess. That's pretty cool. Okay. Cocktail of effluence is sealed inside. As a mixture ferments, toxins are produced alongside a putrid stench that seeps out once ripe. Ew. Beware though. Wait. Throw at enemies to cause buildup of deadly poison. So that's like toxic, right? There's still two different kinds of poison? Okay. Well, beware though. Those who carry these pots will slowly accumulate poison in their own bodies. Push someone in a privy. Expect to get dung on your hands, okay? Now we have the sleep pot. Consumes FP. Like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze irresistibly draws its victims down into sleep. Sweet dreams. Still haven't really seen the effects of those, of sleep, on enemies though. What kind of cracked pots do I have in my inventory at the moment anyways? I should actually probably equip those. Wait, where are they? Here. Oh, right, okay. Wait, so if I equip them, nothing happens. Interesting. Okay. I would have expected to slowly get poisoned now. I guess not. Okay, so we've done this, So we're pretty much finished all the way up until here. So let's go back up. I also did look at those ruins, which means... Well, let's just take a look what else there might be here, right? There is another graveyard, okay. A lot of graveyards here. Also, I really hope that the White Tower isn't just backdrop. Because that doesn't necessarily look like somewhere you might be able to jump to. I mean, maybe there's like a teleporter once you're on the bridge and you deal with whatever it's on there. You'd be able to teleport to the end of it or something. Okay, so these are just ruin pieces. No item in the middle, nothing else here as well. I've already been to that shack, so we've pretty much cleared this part then. Let's see, is there a cave for something here? There is a bear, and another one. No cave though, huh? Just sleep, dude. I don't want to kill you. More bears. Oh yeah, I think I've already been... Yeah, I've already been there. And... Well, that statue... Oh shit. Now I can't teleport, huh? Didn't actually want to drop down. Can I go back up somehow? Oh yeah, I can. Okay, so that's down here, right? That's where the bears were. Here as well. Okay. I wonder if the upper river still has something for us. I don't think there's anything more here. It's a bit strange to me that this place with the bears exists at all. Exists, this thing, I mean. It's just like a small pond with 3 bears in it. And nothing else. Okay. Hello. Why did I kill the first one immediately, but not the second one? Can you... Thank you. Okay, so that's the other bridge. Oh, wait, that's... I did not realize that it connected this way. So there's like the lower level here, right? But the upper level river, interestingly enough, connects to this plane? Because you can just, if you come from that direction, you can just walk through here, right? Which I do want to do, I think. Yeah. And something's on the bridge as well. Oh, is that another merchant? Might be, huh? Wait. Ah, well there is skeletons. I was wondering. There is a lot, actually. See, that's what I hate about these attacks. Why do they take like 1,000,000 years to go off? I mean, they are insane, though. Holy shit. I'm doing 500 points of damage to them with the Holy Blade. That's insane. Well, the problem is that not all enemies are categorized as that. I wonder which ones are, though. Well, at least the damage works out properly, because that's also something that I always missed from other FromSoft games, right? It also, like, so, in the other FromSoft games, right, they sometimes do tell you, oh yeah, you know, these creatures, like, they're very susceptible to this and that and whatever. And yeah, they are, right? So there are clearly, you know, weaknesses and stuff in the other games as well. And you can use and exploit them if you know about them, but they never feel sort of satisfying. No idea what happened here, but whatever. Because, I mean, I don't know. For example, right? I mean, weaknesses in Persona 5 are probably one of the best implementations of an RPG weakness system or whatever that I've ever seen, right? The fact that you get a one more and the way it works, and obviously also with the visuals and everything, it is so satisfying to hit the correct weakness on an opponent in Persona, right? And I felt like FromSoft's games were always lacking that. And again, it's this weird thing where it feels like they don't want to make their games too easy, right? But at the same time, why implement all these different damage types at all then, right? If they're never really usable, or if they never really feel satisfying when you use them. That is something that, yeah, in this case, it should work exactly like that, right? You get to know something about these, about those who live in death, right? And now I know, well, they're very susceptible to holy damage. And if you use holy damage, suddenly you're doing, I don't know, like 3 times the damage or 2.5 times the damage. That's how it should be, right? That's how it should be, and not, I don't know, in Bloodborne, for example, the Saw Cleaver or whatever it's called. I mean, you're mostly fighting beasts, so giving it like an insane damage multiplier towards beasts would be like, you'd have to design it differently, obviously, right? But I don't know. It just sometimes feels like a couple of effects in FromSoft's games are very underwhelming, where you think, you know, and it's also because the games are so obscure, right? Sometimes it's really hard to even find them, find the damage type, find something that actually lets you use a specific damage type, never mind then also being able to upgrade it and stuff, right? So there's still a lot of effort that goes into those kinds of things, and then they never really reward you for it, I feel like. In this case, they did, so this is how it should be, right? This is actually pretty cool. Oh, that's one of those troll things. Hey, and another merchant who plays music. I wonder why the other guys didn't do that. Huh. What an interesting find. So we found a merchant down in the river near the ancestral ruins that played music, and that was the first one. And now suddenly the other ones are doing it as well? Or is it like just a coincidence that I found the other one in the overworld that also does it?
Terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Huh. Nomadic merchant. What do you sell? Pickled turtleneck. Hey, here's another crackpot. I'll get that. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 3. I'll get that as well. A short sword. Okay. I don't think we've seen this one so far. Short straight sword with a short blade. In addition to its reliable standard damage, this weapon also boasts powerful piercing attacks. Lightweight among straight swords, this weapon is easy to wield, requiring only humble attributes. And it has kick on it. A normal halberd, a long-handled polearm, combines the functions of both axe and spear. Can be used to press a single enemy with continuous thrusting attacks or swept at groups, taking advantage of its great reach and cleaving blade. A versatile weapon for any situation. Okay, arrows, bolts, and he has a bandit mask. Okay. Favored by bandits for hiding their faces. It also provides some protection against poison. And then he also sells a note. Flame chariots. Let's just get that as well.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
No, that's fine. I got a bunch of things. Okay, first of all, let's look at the cookbook. I think it was this one, right? A fetid pot and rope fetid? Wait, was it? And the note. The note. This one. Beware the fire monks' chariots bearing the faces of giants. A well-aimed blow to the chimney on top may prove effective, but opportunities for a plunging attack will be rare indeed. What? The chimney? The fire monks' chariots. No idea what this is referring to, but... Okay, we've actually done this. We've also found this. Someone lurks among the Waypoint ruins on the road through Limgrave. Did we find that person? I'm not so sure, actually. Slay the demi-human's mob's leader first, the rest will lose hope and panic. I've never tried that. It's a pretty cool thing. I mean, they're so easy to defeat, though. It's, you know... Land squirts are soft where they touch the ground, and poison will cause them to rupture. Huh. Also haven't tried that. The heads of the Stone Digger trolls bear old wounds. Yeah, I think I tried that at some point, but it wasn't really effective. I mean, it can be, I guess, but not really. I'm still not too sure about these swords, by the way. What's up with him? Did he go on a rampage here? What the hell happened? Wait, there's another side of grace there. Interesting. We've seen these statues a couple of times already. It's interesting, though, that they're placed on this bridge specifically. Yeah, I wonder why he did this to these guys here. Or is he actually destroying the statues? Oh, never mind. That's not what I wanted. Can you not see? Ooh, holy shit, that... Oh, that's because of my sword. Seriously? Can I, like... That's so dumb, right? The fact that you can't, like, target something else? Holy... That is so weird that you sometimes just accidentally hit its head. Oh yeah, I like this holy damage thing. I don't know how, like, you know, usable it is on very fast-paced boss fights, but seems to be pretty awesome. Stormhill. No, we're back here. Slowly working our way back towards Stormhill Castle. Interesting placement for a site of grace. The Saints Bridge. Okay. Yeah, so this sort of upper area is the only thing left to explore. And then we can actually go back to the castle. And afterwards, we've pretty much done everything in Limgrave, I feel like. I don't think I necessarily missed anything. I mean, obviously we can go back below to the ancestral ruins into the river, but since that's technically also connected to Caelid, you know, that is certainly something that I can deal with later on. Although I do still have this Evergaol. Need to remember that one. But I think that's actually the only thing that's still left to do, technically. Well, except for obviously the stuff that's still here. Also, let's go back here and then check out the rest of the river, huh? I mean, there has to be some sort of other cave on that riverbed, right? Also, I like the combination of the Holy Blade with my staff. I feel like that'll be like a cool thing. I mean, I haven't really parried that much anyway, so I don't know how much I really want to use the shield. Yeah, he just pointed towards the cave down here, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, wait, let me actually... Let me compare the two once again. Oh, I completely forgot about... What can I craft now? Oh, oops. Wrong tab. I don't actually see anything new. I think. Oh, right. I completely... Oopsie. Sorceries. I wanted to check. So this is 20 FP compared to 14 here. Well, I mean, the cool thing with these blades is, right, that you can sort of prepare them before actually going into combat, which can be quite beneficial, but considering the FP cost and considering that you probably don't really want to, like, during the actual fight, I probably want to go more with these. Right? So... Ah, for fuck's sake, I'm always changing the wrong thing. I mean, that's a pretty good start to the whole thing, right? Holy shit. Yeah, that's not bad at all. I definitely need more FP though, fuck. I mean, well, I could switch over to a second FP flask. Potentially. Well, I mean, I'm very close to 23 intelligence, so after that I'm definitely gonna go for more mind as well. Oh shit! Yeah, see? Well, I'm still doing quite a lot of damage. So I think the scaling's definitely helped as well. Yeah, that's probably because I upgraded my weapon, right? With the +7 that also deals some sort of magic damage, the base damage is just so good that it's, yeah, that it's just, well, really, really good. Well, that was... also, the initial hit of that is kind of insane. Wait, what? Oh boy, that feels absolutely amazing, to be honest. Holy shit. Well, I guess that does mean that I'm also gonna level... Well, I kind of wanted to keep leveling Faith anyways, right? Because I have... Not only do I have the other charm, but... Well, I mean, the other charm's just really for darkness stuff. Not really sure how much I really need that, but... I also have the lightning incantation that requires, I think, 28 faith. So, with that in mind, the holy damage is going to be insane, right? But yeah, I need to level mind. I need to level... Is that a bigger one? Or does it just look different? I feel like this might actually be a bigger one. Also, one thing... I do like that... Oh, fuck. Now I'm missing the FP again. Ah, shit. Should have used a flask before. Seriously. Where the fuck is it? I don't think this is gonna work, right? Nope. It's a bit unfortunate. Also, same thing with these dragonflies. I sometimes think that the AI on them is also having problems. We found the cave. But yeah, I feel like the AI of the dragonflies is also sometimes having problems. Where it just sort of... this is pretty impressive, by the way. But yeah, where it just sort of doesn't really know how to attack you, or like has a bit of a problem with pathing, maybe? It's very hard to tell, but they sometimes just frantically fly about without actually attacking you. And... Well, I mean, they're not really a threat or anything, right? But it's just kind of frustrating. It plays the combat music and it just, like, flies in circles around you without actually ever attacking. That looks awkward. That place of stone structure that's clipping through the wall there. Yeah, that's not intended to be to be there, I feel like. Just a remnant of the stone thing, right? Well, that'll be very, very interesting whether or not we are actually able to go there. Also, what's going on there? Ooh, wait a second. Before I go down into the cave, definitely want to check out what that campfire is about. And also, considering that the greases exist as well, I wonder how that works. I mean, technically it should just... So you can deal insane amounts of holy damage and getting bleed or poison or something on the enemy as well when you use the correct grease. That would be... I mean, think about this holy damage that I was just dealing, and then bleed also procs. Isn't that kind of insane in terms of DPS? Wait. What? Did he die at his campfire and the campfire still keeps burning? What the fuck's going on there? Gorgeous view. Indeed it is. Oh, it's even better from this side, because you see the other two minor Earth trees, you see the moon, which by the way, you know, is that a moon? Like, I don't know, it has some weird like circles on it that make it seem like it's the Death Star actually. Yeah, and then the actual Earth tree behind it. Pretty cool view. Pretty awesome. Down, yeah, no shit. Okay, what's going on here, seriously? Did you die at your campfire? How does that work? Could this be a precious item? Probably not. No, it's not. Dog. What are these messages? What the hell? I think I actually never got this flesh, I think, because I never killed the turtle. Turtleneck meat. A splendid lengthy cut of turtleneck meat, considered an especially nutritious ingredient in the south of the lands between. Why is the inn capitalized? That's not supposed to be. Poor turtles. Can I jump down here? I think I can. Yeah. Alright, let's check out the cave then. God, I already love it. High Road Cave. The fact that you have the lantern, and now for the first time in this game, I feel like I'm actually somewhat properly equipped and somewhat properly able to deal with challenges that I'm faced with, which is a bit unfortunate considering that I'm over 70 hours into the game. Yeah, but I mean, again, that's definitely an issue with FromSoft games, and I did feel the same. Well, not so much. So that's also a big reason I think why I like Sekiro so much compared to Dark Souls, because. And a little bit Bloodborne, but Bloodborne isn't really an RPG anyways, right? The weapon upgrade mechanic still exists in Bloodborne, and it's very problematic there as well because they don't really give you the upgrade items, which is just kind of unfortunate. Other than that, though, Bloodborne is kind of straightforward in terms of leveling, unless you want to go for like some weird build. But you know, the best way to go in Bloodborne is just really to level either strength or dexterity, depending on your weapon choice, and level your HP, right? Maybe a bit of stamina as well. There really isn't any other way to play Bloodborne if you're just going through it for the first time, right? There is also, because you don't really get any kind of other items that would require any leveling in any other stat for a very long time, unless you already know about them, right? Unless you're in like New Game Plus or you're starting over, yeah, you very naturally just level HP and strength or dexterity in Bloodborne. So it's not really an issue there. And then, well, in Sekiro, you only have your katana, and that's where Sekiro works so well, right? The skills that you get, for the most part, are really more of like a horizontal progression, I guess. Something nice to have, something cool to get, but not necessarily really, you know, that important, all things considered. And the prosthetic tools are very important. Some of them are anyways, but those get upgraded in a completely different way, right? So those are also, yeah, I feel like the upgrade things, so the way that you upgrade skills, the places where you find new skill trees, and also the upgrades of your prosthetic tools in general, I feel like are much more naturally, where their placement throughout the game makes a lot more sense, in my opinion, compared to, well, Dark Souls in particular, but also in Dark Souls. Well, Dark Souls 2, I need to play a little bit more about Dark Souls 2 to really be able to talk about that, I feel like. But in Dark Souls, I felt like in Dark Souls, it just takes way, way, way too long for you to get your character anywhere, right? I mean, obviously, that also heavily depends on how you start, but Dark Souls actually gives you very little choice when you're playing it for the first time. And, yeah, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of stuff and a whole bunch of very cool stuff that you can get if you know where to look for. But yeah, in terms of sort of items that you find and things that you can try out and character builds that you can do very early on, I feel like, well, that's somewhat of a problem with how these games work in general. And why I think they probably, at least, well, one thing that Elden Ring sort of shows to me is that the leveling system that FromSoft uses, in combination with the weapon upgrade system, it's not really the best way to handle this. I mean, it is fairly challenging to think of another way, but, well, I was speculating that maybe instead of just generally increasing your requirements for a level up, maybe that should be maybe that should only be dependent on the actual attribute you want to level, right? So the higher a specific attribute is, the more level up material it takes to level it up. But for example, now I have only 9 arcane, so I feel like leveling arcane should require less runes than leveling intelligence, for example. But, you know, doing it that way would probably also mean that you would have to reward the player a bit more for leveling certain stats higher, because it's more difficult to do. So the scaling would have to have like a different curve, maybe. I don't know. There's all kinds of things that you need to consider if you'd actually implement it like that. But at the same time, yeah, there's definitely, I feel like these games just tend to take too long to get going. And that's a problem in RPGs in general. That's actually a problem with a lot of RPGs, and not only open world RPGs, where the issue sort of becomes that the early game is always the most challenging part, right? When you still haven't really gotten all your cool shit, right? So in this case here in Elden Ring, you don't have many flasks, you don't have the Flask of Wondrous Physique, you don't have upgraded weapons, you don't have any kind of like magic that you can use, you don't even really have spirits maybe, or only very weak ones that you could summon. So there's all kinds of things, right, that make the game fairly challenging to play. But then as time goes on and you unlock more and more stuff, suddenly it just becomes easier, right? Whereas I think it should be the other way around. Games should generally be easier at the start and then sort of ramp up the challenge as you go, right? And really make you utilize all these cool things that you get along the way, right? But what ends up happening for the most part with most RPGs actually is that they get easier over time because you get more and more and more and more and more, and even more after that. But the enemies, well, they get stronger in terms of level maybe, but, you know, it's not like, for example, bosses in FromSoft games, they aren't suddenly, well, I mean, sometimes they are maybe poisoning you or something, but I don't know. It really, it feels like a problem, but it's also a problem that is certainly very hard to solve. I just wish that in this particular case, the game would uh, hmm, present you with more usable options earlier on, I feel like. But there's definitely also some issues here in terms of balance in general. Mainly, I feel like the fact that switching to an int or faith scaling on your weapon, if you do that very early on while your weapon still isn't upgraded, it can be a pretty heavy detriment to you, or not a pretty heavy one, but certainly it doesn't really so I don't know. I mean, obviously that's also a problem with an open world game in general, but the fact that you find these cool magical ashes that you can put on your weapon, but then you're not really able to use them because the scaling makes it so that you deal actually less damage than before because it reduces the base stats by so much. But then later on, suddenly it's really, really good. I don't know. But thinking about it, I mean, I do struggle to really come up with a solution to what they could maybe change in order to make the early game not quite as well. Is it really frustrating? I don't know. Maybe that's just an overall problem with the balance of the world. I mean, I said that earlier, right? It's just so strange to me that the game points you in the direction of Stormvale very early on, because it doesn't really make any sense, right? Large other areas, especially the Weeping Peninsula, are the much better choice for beginning players, right? Obviously, there is a couple of things in Limgrave as well that you can do, right? A couple of dungeons, but it's just weird how they chose sort of your starting position, and it's weird that they then point you towards Stormvale when that's actually not the place you want to go first. I feel like they're really just using it for a cheap gotcha moment, right? This sort of feeling of, oh, you went to Margit first, even though the game told you to. Haha, that's actually the wrong choice, right? He has way too much HP, so you have to go somewhere else first, right? It really feels like they just wanted to go for this very, very cheap joke in a way, where they lead you towards the castle, they lead you towards the first proper boss, and then he'll just annihilate you, right? And even if you're a really, really skilled player who can, get through it by pure skill, still the fight would take, a very long time. It still wouldn't feel good, right? It wouldn't feel fun. So why are you doing that, right? Why would you design a game that way? That is so strange. I don't really why do they even have this guidance of grace thing? I feel like that is, I don't know, that sort of undermines the cool game that they've built here, right? And then I don't know. The rest of the stuff that I was talking about, so well, yeah, I mean, maybe it is largely due to that fact, right? Now, when I think about it, I did go to Stormvale pretty early on, more or less. And then Stormvale itself, the castle is built up so well, right? And it's so interesting that you just want to continue. That's definitely an issue, right? If you, for example, you think, I mean, that was sort of my line of thinking, right? I went to Margit. I saw, oh shit, this thing's got an insane amount of HP, right? But there is the summoning in front of it. And then I got the spirits as well. And so I thought to myself, whoa, you have the summoning, you have the spirits, maybe that's how you're supposed to do it, right? Maybe that's why they put in such a large HP pool. No, it's actually because they don't want you to fight and defeat Margit very early on. They want you to explore the rest of Limgrave first, the Weeping Peninsula as well, and then you're supposed to go back to Stormvale Castle. But the problem is, if you sort of brute force your way through Margit, as I did, you then enter the castle, and the castle itself is a really, really cool and interesting place. And so you want to go through it. You want to know what's at the end of it. But at the same time, it gets really frustrating because you find all these enemies that you're not really equipped to fight yet, right? And again, obviously, yes, it's a challenge, and for a very, very skilled Souls player or whatever, maybe it's not that much of a challenge, but that's not really how you would like. It honestly feels like they just went for something. They made the game frustrating on purpose so that they can say, like our game is challenging, when that's actually not really the case. The game's not challenging, or at least it's not more challenging than, I don't know, playing, honestly, Persona 5 Royal on hard, right? That's equally as challenging. I mean, obviously, it's a completely different genre, but it requires sort of just as much thinking and thought processes, right? Yes, it's a different genre. Obviously, this game requires more reactionary skills, whereas a turn-based combat system might require more sort of intelligence from the player, or being able to see through, like, I don't know, attack patterns. I don't know. What would you call that anyways? Doesn't matter. But I feel it, honestly, I feel kind of, I mean, this maybe sounds a bit dumb, but, you kind of feel betrayed by the game, right? I kind of feel betrayed that I almost feel like a proper Stormvale experience was taken from me because I brute forced my way through Margit, which might have been my own mistake, right? But the game lets you do it, and then you get into Stormvale, and it's more frustrating than fun, to be honest, right? Because you're just not equipped enough to deal with stronger enemies like the knights. But the game very clearly doesn't even want you to do that. It actually wants you to sort of level up first, equip everything first, go through the rest of Limgrave, go through the Weeping Peninsula, and then deal with Stormvale. But it also gives you these mixed signals in the beginning where they want you to go to Stormvale, and it's just very unclear what they want, right? Do they just want to have this sort of cheap laugh at your expense where, oh, haha, Margit's way too strong for you, so you have to go back into the world and level up a bit? Is that really what they wanted? Or did they maybe think that, seeing Margit and realizing how strong he is, that creates, this, suddenly the player says, wow, I didn't expect this, that's really cool, that's a very tough enemy, let me level up and then defeat him. Maybe they went for that? But to be honest, no, that's not how you do this. Like that just, no, that's really not it. Pointing the player specifically in a direction, but then not making it able for the player to, or pointing the player into the wrong direction is just, no, you don't do that, right? Because ultimately, again, it's just a sort of quote unquote cheap laugh, right? It's not more than that. It's honestly just that. And neither does it feel good, nor does it really add anything to the game experience. It just detracts from it, honestly. So I really wish they hadn't done that. I feel like this game would have been a much better experience overall from the start if they had, just let you loose, don't point you in any kind of direction. And when you encounter Margit first, because you say, wow, that castle looks really awesome, I want to go there, well, then it honestly is your own fault, right? If you smash your head against that wall and try to go through it, and then discover, oh, wait, this was a really tough boss, and now the enemies after it are even tougher, right? That's on you. But the game pointing you in that direction, that's on the game. And that's bad, to be honest. And yeah, it can create this really awkward feeling. I mean, there's also different sort of, like, if I hadn't turned back, yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know why they went for it. I don't know why they did it this way. It's also completely unnecessary. There's literally no reason why this game doesn't even point you in any kind of direction. It should just not do that. It also didn't make sense that it points you towards Castle Morn at all. Like, why? There's nothing there, right? It makes sense that it points you in the direction of a demigod, in the direction of Godric specifically. At least from a lore perspective, that might make sense. But why does it also point you towards Castle Morn? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's go on, shall we? I've rambled on long enough. It's so frustrating because I really, really like the game. I love so much what FromSoft does, but then at the same time, it feels like they, for very, very awkward or stupid reasons, sometimes also. I mean, it feels like they sometimes make their own games worse, just so that they can say, oh, but we have the really challenging games, right? We have these, like, old school challenges that you can get nowhere else, right? But they don't really seem to realize that that's not really why people play their games. I mean, people say that that's why they play their games, but that's not actually what they mean, right? It's more sort of the overall package that they like, not the challenge or difficulty in general. Hello. Where the hell are you all coming from? This cave has a lot more paths than I thought. Is that a bear? I think it is. Oh no, never mind, it's just a wolf. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I think going for the faith scaling is... Holy shit, that is actually doing quite a lot, to be honest. Okay, that was path number 1. And then we have this other one over here, apparently. It's just a dead end right away. That's pretty far down, to be honest. Depth. That's correct. Wow! Goes even further down, holy shit. The messages are cool, though. That they tell you where to go, pretty much. Wow! Wait, what's the correct way here? Also, these are the ruins, like the big ruins that you sometimes see outside, right? Oh, okay. Another dead end. I don't believe it! Hello. Okay. You didn't care about me killing your friend? Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, that's certainly very effective. Although, Well, now I probably took away my ability to spirit summon, but whatever. Why does this cave have to have multiple paths, exactly? Wait, do they both just lead to the same place? Again? Why? Why do they have... Oh, hello. Why do they always insist on... Of course. Oh well. Shit happens, I guess. Wait. Didn't he jump sort of... Oh, fire breeze. You think I need fire attacks in here? Is that a wolf? Oh yeah, it is. Oh, did they kill... Ah, they killed the bats. Interesting. So this should be the other way then, right? Yes. Okay. Why are there, like, human structures down here, though? So we have the bats, and the bats were killed by the wolves. But then, who placed these fires in here? Well, that doesn't really make sense, I guess. Wait, now I'm confused. This is where... That's where the item was, right? Yeah, okay. And so the path to the right leads back, and right, this is where I need to go. Ah. Whoa. Hello. Well, this place is a lot bigger than I thought. It also looks pretty cool. So we have these old ruins here. It's also interesting. Do I want to... Yeah, probably want to go for the shield for now. Because these bats are really, really annoying to deal with. Guess I have to jump down. Oh. Shit. Thought I would maybe kill it in one hit. Ooh, hello. Well, we found one of the humans, I guess. Am I missing something? Oh, why does it always have to be two at the same time? These are really awkward to fight when there's two of them. Okay. I guess we need to go this way, probably. Did I see another one? Please give me more... Oh, hello. What are you guys doing here? I need more smithing stones 3, damn it. Huh. Huh? That's sort of funny how they hide them behind the waterfall. Wait, what? This was optional? Okay. Really? Huh? I can't jump over there. Right? What's going on? I feel like I'm missing like another way or something. What? Try fire. Do we need to equip my torch again? Maybe it'll be easier to see. It's not that much of a difference, to be honest. Although, yeah, now I see there's definitely stone down there, right? I think you can stand there, actually. Because without the torch, it looked like you weren't able to stand there, but is that really the place to go? Or the way to go, rather? Bye-bye! I did not think I could kill it so easily. Well, I mean, clearly there's like more cave to go on, but... Okay. Well, I guess it works. That was somewhat awkward. Also, one thing that kind of baffles me. I mean, I know that it's like another example of them, I don't know, designing in like a certain way, right? Because they're utilizing the water as a like level, what's it called? Like a level. Seriously? Are you kidding me? Why doesn't that hit? Yeah, but the edge of the level, right, is what I'm talking about. The edge of the level is like marked through water. Shamshir, okay. And so they utilize the water to have some quote-unquote sort of natural level level borders or something, right? But I don't know. It just feels like a step backwards when you were able to actually swim in Sekiro, right? And now suddenly you're not. It's a bit of a shame. I feel like they should have tried implementing that here as well. I mean, maybe they felt like it wouldn't properly work in terms of maybe like the God, what's that called? Because you're like somewhat quick in Sekiro, right? So because you're so much quicker and you're able to run much faster. Oh, this is where the boss is. Okay. Because of that, it works better. I feel like maybe they felt like they would have had to increase sort of character speed or something too much if they'd implemented something like that. I don't know. That might be a reason. But yeah, I don't know. It just it feels a little bit, you know, I wouldn't say backwards, but certainly yeah, it does feel backwards. It just does. There is no way around that. It feels like yet another thing where they kind of refuse to go on because they want to stay this wacky game, you know, that everybody loves, but you know, no, that's not how you do that. The reason people love FromSoft games is not because they're bad. It's because they're good in certain ways, and so they should focus on what makes these games good instead of holding themselves back to keep up some sort of pretense of, oh, you know, we're this niche wacky game. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess these soldiers then brought these fires down here, huh? And they're the reason. What the fuck? They can like be on the ceiling? I think I can throw that at him. Is that the only one? I hope it is. Ah, shit, now I forgot again that... Nope, nope, nope! Fuck's sake! Oh, shit, I did not want to do that. Oh, I hate that you can get stun locked. Oh. Yeah, that was really dumb on my part. I always forget that in order to utilize the holy thing on your on my sword, I always forget that it also takes FP. That's really unfortunate. Oh well. Hopefully we'll be able to go back there without too much trouble. I just need to... let's take this... Yeah, see? These kind of things always happen where you forget about like one enemy that you fight. He could have easily sort of kicked me off the ledge or something. That would have been pretty frustrating. So in here we only had these guys, right? I just want to make sure that I'm not really missing anything that might suddenly fall me in the back. Still, wait, can the bigger octopuses sometimes drop more strips of white flesh? Oh, for fuck. I hate this so much that you can swap between like messages even though you want to swap between your weapons. Also, I need to unequip the torch again. Don't need it anymore, really. This also feels really awkward that you can you sort of glide off of that one rock. Wait, I completely forgot about that item. Oh, I guess I have to go through the cave. Yeah. Okay. Let's get rid of you first. Bye-bye. Yeah, sure. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so that's where the boss is. These jumps feel somewhat scary. Okay. Oh, right. I forgot about you as well. Okay. How do I want to deal with you? Do we even want to use FP? I mean, technically I should be able to just kill it. Thank you. Off of. Bam! It did have a bit more HP than I thought it would, though. Well, thankfully, the little guys are pretty slow. Okay, so that's where we came from, right? Am I missing something else? Not really. It's very cool that they place an enemy that you already knew from the beaches and stuff, and they suddenly place it on the ceiling like that. It's pretty awesome. Head. Well, yeah, thanks for that information. So this should loop back around to. You think they get up at some point? It's interesting. They look much more human than the other soldiers. That's strange. Oh. Cool. Well, at least me dying now gave me back all my resources. So, guess we'll just attempt the boss. I don't have a feeling that it'll be too tough. Probably another, like, water creature, maybe? Wait, how the fuck did I get back earlier? Did I even... Oh no, I died here, right? Yeah. This is just fucking awkward. I feel like they should have made these jumps... I don't know. A bit better. They feel a bit... too hard to deal with. Or just a bit, I don't know, strange? Scary? Okay, what do I have? I mean, in terms of resources, this is honestly quite good. Let's maybe keep this, but... So we found fire grease here, right? I wonder if that might be the way to go. And, well, do you think I would be able to deal fire damage and holy damage at the same time? That would be kind of nuts if that worked, huh? Considering the cave that we're in, I don't know how well poison would work, though. And I don't necessarily want to waste my blood greases, although then again... Nah, let's use the fire stuff. Also, I could go with these ones as well, but that's kind of overkill, I feel like. I just hope that it's not like a giant boss that's flailing around all the time, because that would be somewhat annoying. Let's keep the magic on, summon these guys, and then we'll go for it. Oh. Wait, that's actually not what I expected. Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. You can't actually use the grease on a weapon like this? Ah. I was so looking forward to be able to do that. Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait, what? What the? Oh, shit, I have, oops. I have my shield on. Completely forgot what. Okay, that was... Again, one of these weird bullshit attacks. Well, bye-bye. Blue Dancer Charm. Okay. Well, that was easy. Well, shit. I should have tried that before, I guess, huh? Whether or not you'd be able to use... So, if you make your weapon scale off of... Or make it magical. I should say, right? In some sort of form, then you automatically lose the ability to put on grease. See, these kinds of things are... That's really disappointing. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong, right? Obviously, being able to make your enemy bleed and also deal holy damage, yeah, that would be kind of insane. But this way, yeah, it's sort of another example, right, of them sort of taking stuff away from you because, well, yeah, I know it makes sense, right? And maybe it would be overkill to be able to apply two things at once. But I don't know. Takes some fun out of the game, doesn't it? I mean, already this, but then again, this wasn't really, we fought one of these guys before. This wasn't really, too strong of an opponent. So, I don't know. It's a bit unfortunate. Although, now that I think about it, you know what? Now that I know that, maybe it would actually be pretty cool. See, I still have a slot, right? I don't need the torch anymore. So maybe what I could do is... like take another small weapon. I don't know, maybe a dagger. Although a dagger wouldn't really be... Because I'm thinking about... Although a dagger... Well, I don't know how something like poison buildup or something works, right? But I'm just kind of thinking about, well, what would happen if I tried to, if I use the dagger, right? Use the poison grease, for example. Try to, as quickly as possible, poison my enemy, poison the boss or whatever. Switch back to my sword, and just go ham with holy damage. Because then you'd have both effects, right? Obviously, it's a bit more complicated with the weapon switching, but I feel like that's a fair trade-off, isn't it? Yeah, that might actually be the way to go. It'd be kind of hard to tell what the best dagger was for this. Well, these two don't work, right? This already causes bleed, and this already has faith scaling. So I think this is actually the only one that I could use for that. That would be interesting to see how well that would work out. That would be pretty fun. I didn't actually look at this one. Curved sword with a thin blade of ample length. Light of weight despite its larger size, its slicing attacks come in rapid succession. A devastatingly powerful weapon in the hands of a skilled swordsman. Well, that would get me to heavy load, though, which I don't really want. Well, I mean, at some point I was thinking about using this, but this has already the blood loss on it as well. Wait, this does holy damage and causes blood loss. Wait a second. Yeah. Huh. Oops. That's sort of exactly what I wanted. Wait, how does it compare? Where is it? Okay. So, well, I guess the trade-off here would be that... well, the base physical damage isn't as good. But I think that's because it's not upgraded yet, right? Wait, doesn't that make that thing pretty insane? Because it feels like it has higher holy base damage. Well, it's slower, right? Slower than at least I think it would be. Well, I mean, I want to continue leveling Faith anyway, so either way, it's pretty cool. And in the meantime, until I can use it, the idea with the dagger could work, huh? Maybe this one. I mean, I have the materials, I think, right? Although I probably want to keep them for the winged scythe as well, if I want to use it at some point. Oh yeah, it also. I was slightly confused why it showed the scythe being better, but it's actually not. It's just because I was on the empty slot. Yeah. Well, certainly a lot of things to, I guess, look forward to or to try and use. The holy damage on my current sword with the effect is pretty good, though. It does. I wish that the wind-up would be just a tiny bit faster. I mean, obviously, you know, it has to have some sort of trade-off, right? If it would be faster to apply the holy thing, then maybe, you know, it would be too good. But, yeah. Considering how quickly some enemies can attack in this game, it just doesn't feel as good when you yourself take longer to attack, I guess. But, oh well. Okay, we cleared this out. Also, I, once again, completely forgot to check out what we actually got, which I think was a talisman, right? Ah, yeah, this one. Raises attack power with lower equipment load. Blue dancer. A cloth doll depicting a dancer garbed in blue. An ancient heirloom of some sort. I feel like I heard something about a blue dancer at some point. I honestly couldn't tell you when that was. The dancer in blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god. A god that was rot itself. What? So what this does is that it gives you more attack the lower your equipment load. Do I get that right? Which is probably very, very beneficial on characters. Well, if you start as a bandit, for example, if you go for very, very light equipment and a dagger or something, then this would be pretty insane, I feel like. Okay, blue dancer. Let me write that information down. I wonder if that's connected to something. Represents a fairy. Bestowed. Flowing sword. On a blind swordsman. He sealed away rot itself. An ancient god. I mean, considering what Kaled looks like, I sure hope that we find out more about the ancient god that is rot itself. I mean, I hope that we will be. Maybe that's the demigod that we have to kill there. It's a rather interesting description. An ancient god that was rot itself. And a blind swordsman killed it? Well, sealed it away, not killed it. Okay. Well, that's this river done. So now we can go up here again, I guess, and then slowly make our way back towards Stormvale. I can't wait to kick Godric's ass, to be honest. With all the stuff that I got now, feels like that will be a whole lot of fun. Okay, I didn't actually realize that so I guess we kind of have to loop around again, right? Because this path itself seems to be somewhat lower than
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello? Anyone?
Help me! I'm stuck. That was... what kind of delivery was that? I mean, it was pretty funny. Don't get me wrong. So, he has to be up there somewhere? What's up with these weird NPCs always shouting at, like, nothingness, really? God, the quests in this game are so weird, man. They could be so awesome. I mean, they're kind of cool. I do like the NPCs that exist.
Can you hear me?
Oh, is that a pot?
I'm stuck. Hello?
Help me. I'm stuck.
Anyone?
Yeah, shut up.
Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander.
Alexander.
The Iron Fist.
Okay.
And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this?
Known as the Iron Fist. Yeah, of course.
My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. There's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all.
Okay. Do you think my sword will be enough? Well, that clearly didn't help. Okay, wait a second, my dude. I think that might require... Well, you think this works? I'm sorry! Aha! Triumphant delight. And then he just crosses his arms. Are you fucking serious? Oh. Of course. Let's just destroy this funny moment with a dumb dragonfly. Where the fuck did that come from? Okay, let me switch back to my sword. Okay. What the hell is up with you?
Well played, good sir. Well played. Though that mighty wallop of yours almost spelled the end of me.
Well, you wanted that.
Well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this.
Cool. How wonderful and useful.
Once again, pleasure is mine.
The warrior jaw.
The warrior jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war.
What?
And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter?
Okay. Wait, what? why everything is like destroyed. So far we've only seen like a handful or not even of still like people who even have their minds together. And you're looking for a combat tournament? Like what? Okay.
I'm heading eastward to Redmane Castle on the southern edge of the Scarlet Rock.
So I think we already saw the castle
I've heard there's to be a festival
from afar. Okay. So I guess we'll see him again there. Probably. Well, okay. Sure. I guess so. Oh, that's just a red one. Side of Grace we came from. Wait, why can you even go down here? It's not that beneficial to actually attack them from further away, right? I still wish that magic spell was a bit stronger though. Compared to my actual weapon damage. You know, I feel like it should be better, like, just from a basic standpoint, because it also costs resources, right? And it just feels somewhat underwhelming if your FP is spent on something that doesn't actually deal that much damage, but okay. So there's just a bunch of enemies here then? I actually fought against him at some point already, because he jumped down toward me when I was down there. Doesn't really seem to be anything else up here. Please, I'm not seeing any kind of cave or something. I mean, obviously this guy's here, but other than that. For fuck's sake. It's always the fucking dragonflies that attack you, never the things that actually look scary. The thing doesn't even care about me. I mean, he does care, it's just that... Well, not really. He's just standing here, chilling. Okay. Let's see. So, this is a barricade leading to Stormvale. So the path actually leads straight back to the hut, which is interesting. I guess... I mean, maybe there's gonna be another Site of Grace here. I kind of doubt it. Or I can summon here. What the hell is that? Oh no, it's one of the doggies that looks cute. Okay. Let's see what this camp is about, huh? Oh. I actually ran into the... Or did... Wait. Did they run into it? Well, one of us ran into... Oh, hello. Oops. Ah! I completely forgot that I don't have my shield equipped anymore. See, that's what I hate about this whole thing. That... Oh, God, I hate the timings on... Wait, what? Why is my... Oh no, that was definitely me that ran into that. Yeah, the heal timings are just sometimes a bit strange, I feel like. Knight's Greatsword. Okay. Short sword. What did you kill? Oh, one of the normal guys. Knight's Greatsword. Looks pretty cool. Wow. Greatsword bestowed upon skilled swordsmen in the demigod's service and yet had no rank or title. Featuring a long grip, enabling dual-handed use, this weapon was designed to dispatch larger foes. Being charged with such duty was undoubtedly a great honor. Okay. Some of the weapon designs are absolutely stunning, I feel like. They really did an awesome job on them. More Exalted Flesh. Well, I should be able to use the Exalted Flesh together with my weapon though, right? I feel like. Another chest. Beast Crest Heater Shield. The fuck's your problem? Did he just randomly destroy that? Because he was bored or what? Well, oh, for fuck's sake! Completely forgot. I'm always trying to use my shield again, even though I'm. Don't have that equipped anymore. Can you stop throwing fire at us? Bye bye. Okay. So that was all of them. Ah, there's the other side of grace. Nice, because I'm kind of running out of time here. Well, not really running out of time, but yeah. Maybe I'll take another look at the camp next time. God, I hate people putting up messages on top of things. It just looks so awkward. Wait, that's another shack. Well, hello, there's a guy in there. Wait! Isn't that Edgar? War Master's shack. Or do you just look like him? Okay, never mind. Bernal.
Tarnished, just like you. Let me ask you something.
Suddenly so many NPCs.
Lands between to take up the fight. Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
Actually, to be honest, I'm not sure.
To a fault, I see. Such thoughts won't behoove you as a tarnished, but there's nothing wrong with that. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts? All I know is the sword. Picked up a fair few tricks in my time, too. Now's the time to pass them on. To a good tarnished like you.
So he didn't really care about my answer then, I guess? Knight Bernal.
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle. Lost and died. A fine tale, all told of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword. And the arts of combat. It grants meaning even to falling in battle. To death itself.
Okay. So he's, guess there's not more to him then? Okay, okay. So you can get more Ashes of War from him. Stamp uppercut. Endure. Do I not have these ones? No, I think I have the spinning. I'm actually not too sure. Parry, okay. So you can get parry on other shields as well. Ooh, well, this seems cool. So so I could, I could put this on my shield then. It's also usable on torch. Oh, that's cool. Right. So even with my shield equipped, I would still be able to use the. This is what I was looking for, to use the holy stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely getting that. Because, I mean, I'm really not parrying that much anyway. So, okay. Cool that there's this random NPC here once again that gives you the stuff. Also, since I'm talking about shields, this is the same that I have, right? And I slightly worse against fire, slightly better against magic. Overall, it's a bit worse than the other one. It looks kind of cool though. Medium-sized metal shield features a beast as its crest, serving to remind warriors not to succumb to the arousal of battle. Fight with passion, but become not its prisoner. I feel like putting this on a shield, doesn't that have sort of the opposite effect? Wouldn't it make you, like, if you saw it, there's this beast, I'm gonna become a beast and fight for it, or whatever? Kind of backwards, I feel like, but oh well. Sounds like one of those giant trolls, right? Well, okay, so let me see. I need what? 4,000? That should be easily achievable. Actually, you know what? I haven't been to the round table hold in a while. Let me actually walk back here, sell enough stuff so that I'm able to level up once more, and then hopefully, yeah, we'll be able to start the game next. Why are you suddenly sitting here? Wait, who the fuck are you anyways?
I don't believe we've met.
No, we haven't.
I'm known as D.
D?
I hunt down those who live in death and weed their deathroot. Heed my warning. Those who live in death should be left well alone. All the more should you spy a mariner among their number. Unless you wish to lay down your life in vain.
Okay. I did not expect there to be an NPC just randomly sitting here just because I found this Deathroot. Yeah, show it to him.
With a prowess for weeding Deathroot. How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to haunt more of those who live in death and weed their Deathroot, then I'll introduce you to Garank, the beast clergyman.
Okay.
I have a matter of my own to attend to, and the beast himself wishes for someone to take my place. What say you?
Wait a second. Wasn't... what was up with the... Oh, right. So the beast clergymen, they're looking for this Deathroot because they want to have it. Grung is the beast clergyman. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Show me your map. I've marked the location for you of a hidden. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman.
Okay. A red mark was made on the map. Interesting. Wait. Oh, wait. That's why the teleporter is there? Well, that's even weirder. Okay. Cool.
What is it? Still milling about?
The map indicates where the gateway is hidden. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman.
Yeah. Once again, something that I'm just not really sure about. Why exactly do they feel the need to constantly give you hints about stuff that you'll very easily discover on your own? What a weird choice. Okay, but I need to take a lunch break. So let's just quickly level up one more time. And actually equip the no shield stuff on my shield. I just want to test how cool that is. I mean, I can always swap it back if I feel the need to have a parry on hand at some point. Okay, I need what? 12,384. 12,384. 12,384. Should be easy enough. Do I still have other stuff that I want to sell? Maybe these ones, huh? Also, maybe a couple of equipment. 12,300. Well, I'm already really close to... Never mind. I can always do that next time. I still have so many that... Actually, I'd probably be level at the start of next stream too. 12,380. What? 84? Does it again fit like perfectly? So one more thing for 10, right? Wait a second. Probably one of these ones. Perfect. How strange. It has worked out perfectly so many times by now. That's actually kind of frightening almost. Okay, so let's increase intelligence to 23 for now, and then I'm gonna go for mind to like 20-ish next. And then we're gonna go with faith. And maybe arcane a little bit. Yeah, maybe arcane first. Holy shit, that's a lot that I still have to level, huh? Unfortunate. Oh well. It's fine. So now I can... Do I want to keep this? Let's actually get rid of this for now. And since I want to try this first, strikes from behind with projectile fired from distance. I want to see how powerful this is. We'll keep the fire for now. Yeah. And then maybe I'll switch out this one at some point. We'll see, I guess. And then we'll go with the Ashes of War, with the shield, and give the shield no skill. What's the deal here anyways? Like, why can you... What exactly is the point here? I'll just keep it at standard. I know that technically it would deal more damage otherwise, but I'm just not really... Yeah, well, technically Keen is the best one, huh? I don't know. Does that really change anything? I don't think it does, to be quite honest. But yeah, so now I should be able to use Sacred Blade even when I have the shield equipped. Should be pretty cool. The Altar Garment stuff, I wish they would do more, actually, at this point. Oh well. Well, we've leveled, we found a couple of new NPCs for some reason. There's quite a lot of them suddenly around. Otherwise, yeah, it's been a ton of fun. I mean, for the first time, like I said, for the first time actually, while playing this game, I feel adequately equipped to handle challenges. Also, the whole deal with the Sacred Blade just makes it so that it's really, really interesting fighting opponents, right? Because, well, there is opportunity cost involved. You need to find the right moment to use it. But yeah, for the first time, it actually feels like it has a tangible benefit, right? So that's pretty cool. I'm really, really looking forward to actually coming back to Stormveil and fighting against Godric, because, yeah, I just want to know how much better am I really now, right? I mean, obviously, I already got him down to, like, I don't know, 35%-ish last time I fought him, so it'll be pretty much a fairly easy kill at this point, I feel like, but still, just, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how much stronger I actually have become. So that's cool. But yeah, it's going to be it for now. I hope you had a great time. I certainly had a great time. I feel like I'm finally sort of really getting into it, which is unfortunate that it took so long, because there's just a bit of I feel like there's a bit too much jank still left over, and just a bit too much weirdness that shouldn't really be there, in my opinion, but whatever. I've talked about that at length at the respective points. But for now, I'm having a ton of fun. I really like where I'm sort of going and trying out all these different things. So, yeah. I hope you had a great time. I'll be back in about 90 minutes, something like that, and we're gonna go for more Elden Ring. Until then, have a good one. Have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.